'cause you're under pressure, under pressure. Pressure. You're cooked. Pressure. Like your shitty ass book. The pressure is real. The pressure is real. The pressure is real. Pressure. You're under the pressure. Drowning in the pressure. You're now under pressure. Pressure. Pressure's got you by the tongue, and it's over now. You're under pressure. The pressure, pressure. Full force, no lecture. 'Cause we're here for pressure.
Hey, we're sitting on the couch. Right? Anyway, I'm a nerd. I'm a nerd from way back. Anyways, how are you guys doing? Good to see you. Whack-a-mole. Like, wham. Right? It didn't work. Anyways, oh my gosh, come on in. I made it on camera. I put the right makeup on today. I wish it looked better, but it doesn't. Unfortunately, just gonna give everybody some time to come in and turn this filter up. Right? How's everybody doing? Happy Sunday to everybody. I hope you went and touched some grass, got outside, pulled some weeds, walked the dog. I hope you went outside and got some vitamin D. Everybody needs it. My forehead's getting some of it. I'm just glad. Yeah, somebody saved the dog. That's who I should have a picture of, is the damn dog. Not the damn dog, but you know what I mean, right? Hey, Lamisa. Good. Happy Sunday. I think we're running. Yeah, I know. It was 7:36. So it's like, come on. I was trying to, I've been doing this since what, 2021? Still nervous before I come on. Still nervous till I get into my groove. And it sucks. I wish it would go away. The crush is real, right? Yeah, thank you all for being here. Appreciate it. Hey, Googie. Angela, what's up in Facebook land? You holding it down over there? We appreciate it. Thank you. You touch grass, ants, them damn ants, right? I mow around. I'm like, sometimes I mow the whole ant pile. Yeah. I'm push mower, by the way, not self-propelled. You're welcome. Thank you. I mean, trying to lose some weight. Oh, and Donna told me right before we came on, she said that, and I don't want to put him on the spot, but welcome in, Shane. I'm just going to tell you that Donna introduced us, or sis, you should have been a detective, or Donna for short, said that she's the one that found you during the trial of Kouri. And I was so, you're just down to earth. And I appreciate that. I appreciate people who are down to freaking earth. It is what it is. And so, yeah, I'm just welcome in. I'm glad you're here. I'm just going to say it. Just if you ever want to come up, now, if you want to talk, I'm here. Anyways, I don't want to put you on the spot though. I know what it's like, but just letting you know, the door is open always. All you got to do is come in like the Kool-Aid man. Yes, get some of that lemon pound cake, right? Oh my God. Y'all, I didn't know how bad, like just my soul needed some news like that, like Afroman winning his civil, I don't even know, is it a lawsuit? I don't even know. I'm like, is it, they were suing him for defamation, the cops that broke into his house illegally, not broke into, but they illegal search. And I needed it. It was like a little bit of faith back in the world that we're living in right now, because it's cuckoo. Okay, it's cuckoo. I'm like, what are we doing today? Okay. All right, drones. Okay. Okay, war. Okay. All righty. Epstein. Yeah, who cares? We all know. We already know who's on the list. Bunch of deniers. They're good at that, aren't they? Hey, Denise, welcome in. And hi, Huggy Bear. I didn't say that. Hey, Kelly Blue Who. Blue Who. Thank you. Appreciate it. You do seem down to earth, though, and I am. I say things, I'm like, I shouldn't say this. I don't need to say this, but then out it comes. So the crush is real, you know? It's been just kind of mundane, and that's okay, right? Because it hadn't been that way in a long time. So I like the bored, the kind of the lulls, if you will. I'm cool with that. Just not too many of them in a row, but not with drama. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? It is a nice change in the algorithm. It is. It is. All right, let me say go eat you some pizza. I'm about to get Jason to come bring me a drink because I'm thirsty. He just got in. You hate his damn you hate his damn lemon pound cake. You do? Why? Hey, sips of coffee. Hello, friends. I'm happy to finally catch a live. It's been a minute. I hope everyone is doing great. Y'all, I've been on like some weird ass, when I go deep diving, I mean, I go with a snorkel and then I drown. I'm like, oh, somebody pull me up, you know? And then I didn't tell nobody, so I'm just stuck. And I find just the weirdest shit ever. And I don't know if I like it or not, but I've found quite a few clues. I just quite don't know how I want to go about it. So let me I just kind of usually go off the cuff. That's usually how I roll. um, so let me pull this one clip up. We're going to listen to it. And then we are going to listen to another clip. And I'm going to show you what I'm talking about. Welcome in. Hit the like button. I know, right? Ugh, so weird saying that still. Okay. Let me get this going here. We're just gonna, I want to listen to the intro. And I mean, I really could play the MP3, and I will for some, but we're going to review with our eyes because it's going to be evidence. Okay. Basically. Let me pull the transcript up. And yeah, now they have it to where I don't like the way they were doing the transcript stuff now. I don't like it. I don't like change unless I change it. Let me see. Let me do 2014. 2014. Let me see what comes up. Okay. Okay. Okay, got it. All right, so now let me share my screen so you can see what I see. Oh, yeah. All right. I know. It's important, though, I think. Look, Mormon Stories podcast is up to 300,000 subscribers. That's what I need to do. Not that, but let me go here. And let me... Hold on. I really have these all listed on a list. I just, see, I'm backwards. I am so backwards. Okay, here. Okay. Now let's watch let's do this one first. I'm playing this under fair use. You don't have to put the banner up. I'm saying it, but you can if you want to. This is on October 13th, 2023. Okay. Lauren Crime. Lauren She titles the video Visions of Glory, the Chad Daybell / Tim Ballard connection. Here it is, 2023. The murders happened in 2019. Just think that, I want you to just put that in your head. 2019, the murders happened. This is 2023. Lauren and John started their podcast in June of 2020, right after Tylee and JJ's bodies were found or unearthed on Chad Daybell's property. And this is when, she's just looking at the AP news and she sees the story come across about this LDS woman. She's beautiful. Lori. She's talking about Lori in Hawaii. Anyways, she just goes on and on. And she never really veers from that. It's pretty much the same across the board. There's a few places where they go origin story changes a little bit. But I mean, hey, we're human. And look, she's at 328,000, y'all. We started, or whenever she did her 9-hour live was October 15th, 2025. So 6 months ago. And, I think they dropped down to like 314 or 315. I think they started like 323 or something whenever she did that. And then everybody just, could see through her and them, especially after her and John came back they responded to their own video, which was weird. Her 9-hour live. I'm like, okay. They, of course, scheduled a premiere right over me, but I mean, that's usual. They always scheduled right over everybody, but me too. Especially, because I carve out Sundays. Sundays, nobody touched it with a 10-foot pole. And so I dug my way into Sunday, but I know, like Web Sleuth has done that recently too, right before Kouri Richins' trial or during Kouri's trial, they were doing some Sunday recaps. And I'm like, good God, you're on every goddamn day. Can you just, not schedule over me? Thanks. All right. But we don't really have the same crowd anymore. So there's that. But anyways, back to this. This was October 13th, 2023. And then we're going to go over here. And this was October 17th. So it's just 4 days later. Okay. So it's like she was almost trying to get ahead of even Mormon Stories, which was dual streamed to Hidden True Crime and Mormon Stories podcast. Like when you have a guest on or more than one guest, you can multi-stream. And so like, you jump on and you just register your chat to it and they all link together. And so that's what she did. So I'm like, it still went on her channel, like this whole 5-hour, 2-minute, 18-second live, this big expose. And it's 4 years after the murders occurred. Okay. And I want to tell you that according to a source, you're going to love this. Some of you already know, but I mean, this is really important. Okay. According to a source, it turns out that Lauren's brother, Jameis, who died in 2024, after she actually has a post of, and she says that he's in a coma. So when she said on her 9-hour live that he was not in a coma, which one is it? Anyways, I'm not trying to, pull hairs over that. But what I'm saying is Jameis was alive for some of this, like as of right here, he was alive. Okay. At this point in October of 2023, Lori Vallow Daybell had been convicted in Idaho in May of 2023. So this is June, July, August, September, 5 months after Lori's already convicted in one state. Then we're heading to trial at this time to Chad for the death penalty, which he got the following year, which was April 2024. Okay, so right in between there. Now, Tim Ballard was sued by he was actually sued by more people, but the ones that are public, 8 women, one of them was a man, accusing Tim Ballard of using like a couple's ruse, it's called, where they pretend to be a married couple while they go on these ops, but it's really just I like to use their phrase that the women who are suing Tim Ballard, they said, and I'm quoting, the anti-traffickers are the traffickers. Boom. I mean, I can't top that. That's sums it up in my opinion. That's exactly what I had come to realize too. So, by researching into Operation Underground Railroad and the Sound of Freedom movie, right? Yeah. Everybody was like, woo. And I was like, mm-mm. Isn't that but propaganda? It gives you the wrong idea about what sex trafficking, child trafficking even is. We wouldn't know it with a radar. Okay. Look at us. We're letting them just do it. So it is what it is, but maybe it's because we're so mixed up from all the propaganda. I don't know, but this is anyway. So October 13th, she did on her channel before she went to Salt Lake City to go to Mormon Stories podcast with John Dehlin, with Mindy, Binder Mindy, we call her, and with Megan Connor, who is Lori and Alex Cox, cousin, right? And so again, this was just really weird because nobody was talking about this. I mean, just a little here, a little there, but nothing. I mean, I'm always feeling like I was, and I hate to use this, but beating a dead horse. That's what it felt like all the time. So let's just kind of hear them. I'm gonna speed it up a little bit though. Oh God, I can't press the right button. Let's get to it.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to another edition of Mormon Stories Podcast. I am one of your hosts for today, John Dehlin. It is October 17th, 2023, and I am beyond excited to be here with you today with an illustrious, epic star panel to be discussing the topic of Visions of Glory, the book, and the author of the book, the secret author of the book, Utah Mormon therapist Thom Harrison. I'll be introducing the illustrious panel in just a second, but the way I want to begin by setting the context for those who are joining us for the first time, who haven't been tracking Mormonism and Mormon news and current events over the past year or 20 years, as it may be, and for history's sake, because at some point someone's going to find, these podcasts in 5, 10, 20 years, and they're going to want to learn some history. And so for those of you who have been on the equivalent of Mormon Mars, you may, or those who have been tracking.
What about ex-Mormon Mars? What about all the people who went to your channel, John, who are never Mo's like myself? Sent a lot of super chats. Never got acknowledged. I mean, yeah, thanks for the super chat, which I appreciate it. But that's not what it was for. It was just like I had been trying to talk to these people, ex-Mormon, Mormon, didn't matter. It's kind of like when they become ex-Mormon, at least my experience, not all. Okay. I have quite a few ex-Mormon who, put their hands, they help me is what I'm saying. So not you, you know who you are, but these ones, the ones that platform Lauren, Megan, and then continue to do so after all that happened in October of last year with Lauren and her scandal, and her exploitation of my family. Yeah, that. So, I mean, I say this, let me pull this other clip up.
You will have heard about Chad and Lori Daybell, sometimes called the Doomsday Cult couple, who were Mormons who ended up allegedly killing Chad's wife, Lori, through associates or in some other means. A couple of her kids end up dead. Mm-hmm. At least one ex-husband, if not two, end up being killed. Her brother ends up dying. Of course, you've all heard by now of Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow. Maybe you've also heard of Tim Ballard, Operation Underground Railroad, superhero Mormon guy who now is being accused of sexual harassment, fraud, and all sorts of awful things. Of course, we've been trying to cover that here on Mormon Stories, and it's been covered elsewhere.
I got to stop it just long enough to say that the weekend that Tylee Ryan was murdered, the 16-year-old daughter of Lori Vallow, she was murdered on, we don't know, okay? Just like JJ, we don't know exactly when, but September 7th, Chad Daybell's company, Spring Creek Book Company, book publishing company, they sponsored, thank you, an OUR Rescue Rexburg Run race. I know, it's a mouthful. And this is Chad Daybell and Tammy Daybell's company. Tammy's still alive. JJ's still alive. Tylee's still alive. Brandon hadn't been shot at yet. Alex is still alive. And my Uncle Charles was dead, okay, at this point. And so we have Chad Daybell's company sponsoring Operation Underground Railroad. It's huge, right? Chad Daybell, I mean, what did he make? Like $2,000 a year or something? It was something minimal. Or did he? They love loopholes, okay? That's where I'm at. That's about where I'm at. So that's why it also begs the question, I really do think that these things are fronts, just like the Book of Mormon Evidence Conference for the weekend JJ was murdered. You know, it's just interesting how Tylee disappears the weekend that Chad's company sponsors Tim Ballard's company and Rexburg, gone. And then a couple, 15 days later, they murdered JJ, 7-year-old autistic boy, my nephew. And they have the Book of Mormon Evidence Conference. That was the whole reason for I hate this, all their names, man. Melanie Gibb and David Warwick, my favorite people, right? So just pointing that out again. Crazy.
Maybe you've heard about Jody Hildebrandt and Ruby Franke and the 8 passengers.
So this has already happened at this point too. Just know that, I didn't finish telling y'all that Lauren's brother, Jameis, was best friends with Thom Harrison's son. Thom Harrison, who wrote the book Visions of Glory, right? Oh, Visions of Glory. It's Lori's Bible, right? Lori's handbook, her murder blueprint, their murder blueprint. Because, I mean, it wasn't just on her whenever they served her in Hawaii with, to produce her children within 5 days. It was poolside under her leg. Her and Chad were sunbathing in January, because they were living the life. I don't know. And because they were building a church, right? Not in Rexburg again. Anyways, so yeah. So that's the murder book. And let me get back over there. Let me scoot this way. Oh, I keep forgetting, y'all.
Disasters that have been.
I need to go by my. Let me pull my damn script though, because I'm really tanking. Right. Okay. So basically, I'm trying to scooch. All right. I did. Let's see. Hold on. Let me pull down here. I was going to read about how true crime even became a thing, but we'll talk about it later. But let's see. The Daybell-Vallow Doomsday Matrix, a forensic analysis of radicalization and homicide. The case of Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow Daybell represents a modern convergence of traditional true crime, narrative, and digital age radicalization. The couple, described in media as leaders of a doomsday cult, orchestrated a series of murders justified by a complex and deviating theological framework derived from, I'm not going to say fringe, but yeah, fringe Mormon beliefs. Chad Daybell, a former journalist, right? And self-published author with a background as a cemetery sexton. Yeah, because why not, right? Utilized his publishing house, Spring Creek Book Company, to disseminate apocalyptic ideas that resonated with prepper communities, like AVAL. The ideological foundation of their actions was built upon the concept of zombies. And I'm really thinking that's demons. And zombies was just kind of, it's pop culture, That's what it is. Sign of the times. I'm sure in 20 years it'll be something else, because it's not going to stop, because it's the belief system that gets these people here, in my opinion, and through my research. Individuals whose original spirits had been replaced by evil entities, right? So this dehumanization serves as a psychological mechanism to justify the disposal of what they deemed as obstacles to their relationship and financial interest, including Lori's estranged husband at the time, Charles Vallow, her 2 children, JJ Vallow and Tylee Ryan, and Chad's first wife, Tammy Daybell. And I am still of the opinion that Joe Ryan, Tylee's father, Lori's 3rd husband, I didn't know him, of course, because my uncle was her 4th husband. Chad Daybell's her 5th husband. You know, I mean, how many husbands in one lifetime, right? They're all about the lifetime things. I don't get it. So, but I am of the opinion that Joe Ryan was murdered as well. And Brandon was shot at. My mom was on the zombie hit list, is what we call it. They gave her a zombie name and everything. It's Rhonda. So just a while back, we were talking about it, and she was like, Rhonda. Like, why Rhonda? And I'm like, oh my God. Anyways, so the financial motives were intertwined with the religious ones. Prosecutors highlighted the collection of life insurance and Social Security benefits as key drivers of the conspiracy. They needed tithing money. Okay. Forensic evidence played a decisive role in the conviction of Chad Daybell. Remains of the children were unearthed on his property in June of 2020. While Daybell's DNA was notably absent from the immediate evidence, his property and tools, including a shovel and pickaxe, tested positive for Tylee Ryan's DNA. The digital trail was equally damning, involving text messages that use religious aliases like James and Elena when they go to a temple, and they get names changed anyway. So, I mean, just saying, to discuss dark spirits and a rating scale of death. The radicalization process was further fueled by friends like Eric Smith, who taught the concept of multiple mortal probations, wrote the book about it, 144,000, wrote the book about it. Yeah. Reincarnation, and the collective consumption of apocalyptic literature like Visions of Glory, right? So the influence of Thom Harrison and the portaling belief system. This is very important here. A central yet often marginalized element in the radicalization of the Daybell group is the role of Thom Harrison and his 2012 book, Visions of Glory, written under the pseudonym Spencer, which is interesting. The book purports to detail Harrison's alleged near-death experiences and has become a foundational text for the Mormon prepper neo-fundamentalist, that's John Delen's word there, neo-fundamentalist community. Harrison's influence extends beyond Daybell to other figures like Tim Ballard and Jody Hildebrandt, creating a network of extremist belief systems within radicalized pockets of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. And how can we all just be like, okay with Chad and Lori having their own cult, Tim having his own cult, Jody having her own cult? Do you understand what I'm saying? It's the same movement. It's the same movement. It's just different parts of it at different times being revealed. So a critical doctrine popularized by Harrison is portaling, which is the alleged ability to open spiritual gateways to other dimensions or locations. This concept, along with the belief that the veil is thin for certain chosen individuals, provided the supernatural scaffolding for Daybell's claims of divine authority. That's not all. There's a lot of doctrine that goes into this too. I mean, there's all kinds of things. Despite the book's deviation, let's see. I just don't want to say that. Harrison's standing in the church remains secure. Oh, despite the book's deviation from mainstream doctrine, I don't believe that either. Harrison's standing in the church remains secure. He was promoted to bishop even after church leaders were made aware of the book's problematic contents in 2012 and 2013. You'll find out here in a minute that he wrote I'm going to say a quote unquote apology letter. Not so much though. They always say the right words. And so you like check them off when you hear it for the first time. But when you hear it again, or more than once or whatever, you start to be like, you start to realize that it's like, okay, they said all the things, but none of it is apologetic. None of it is taking accountability. None of it is like actually being responsible for what the hell you put out. Okay. Like, it's just the weirdest thing. Ruby Frankie and her allocution statement, same. Lori, her allocution, it was everybody else's damn fault. Nobody's dead even, right? It's crazy. Some crazy folks. And I actually went to look under Adam Steed was on with Lauren and John back in 2023. And you know how under the videos now it says ask and it'll summarize and it'll say what did it'll just ask different things. And I'm like, I think we need to do a comparison and contrast with Lauren and Jody. I was like, oh yeah, just change that around right there. And that's Lauren. That's law and crime. Just saying, allegedly. Anyway, so okay, I already said that. Despite the books, whatever, I said that. While Harrison eventually wrote a letter walking back the book's claims to save his membership because it's his most prized possession, is what he said. His private interactions allegedly continue to validate the content, fueling a culture of sensational fabulism. And then we move in. It's not going to be long. Investigative scrutiny of hidden true crime and allegations of omission. Lying by omission, right? Melanie Gibb knows all about it. Anyway, so the Hidden True Crime podcast hosted by husband and wife team of Lauren Matthias and Dr. John Matthias has positioned itself as a premier source for the psychological and journalistic deconstruction of the Daybell case. Lauren Matthias's background as a local reporter in Rexburg and Pocatello at KIFI and KIDK stations provided her with an intimate knowledge of the region and its cultural nuances. Alleged Dr. John Matthias, an alleged forensic psychologist, added clinical layers to the analysis, focusing on the unconscious motivations and the mind of the murderer. However, the podcast coverage has faced intense scrutiny. Well, not so much the podcast, but the people behind it. If it wasn't for them, they wouldn't have a podcast. If it wasn't, anyway, specifically investigative communities have questioned why Hidden True Crime was reportedly slow to emphasize, or not at all, Thom Harrison's direct influence on the Daybell ideology, I hate that word, during the early years of their reporting. While they eventually engaged in deep dive collaborations with Mormon Stories in late 2023 to address Harrison and Visions of Glory, critics meaning me, to a period where the spiritual leadership of Harrison was largely absent from their narrative, along with, it's like, and I remember Trina Kay, the prosecutor in Arizona, she said to the jurors on opening statements, I forget which trial, she said, sometimes no evidence is evidence. And I was like, right? I mean, it makes sense. And that's what we're seeing here, in my opinion. The Jameis Johnson connection and potential conflicts of interest. So this is Lauren's brother. The focus on alleged omissions is heightened by potential conflicts of interest involving the Matthias family. Jameis Johnson, the late brother of Lauren Matthias, and a high-profile figure in the digital art and NFT space. I'm having to read, this is a whole new space for me. And I'm like, I don't understand the words. I don't understand the way they're talking. And so just like any other thing that I've had to dive into, it's going to take me a little bit to kind of pick up on the language that they're speaking. It's very techy and I don't speak tech. So it says the late brother of Lauren Matthias, okay, blah, blah, blah. And a high-profile figure in the digital art and NFT space, founder of Pleaser Deo, which was interesting, right? Because one of her attorneys, one of Lauren's 4 attorneys, she's got 4 attorneys, is Deo. He changed his name, right? That was, that's what got me. was the DAO, or however the hell you say DAO. Okay. So, but this is pleaser DAO, opposite of DOA. Appears in legal documentation from January 2020 alongside Miller Harrison LLC. Miller Harrison. I have not read this yet. I've just put it together, but I feed it the info and then, yeah. Miller is like one of the wealthiest guys in Utah. And Harrison is Tom's last name. That's all I'm saying. An entity associated with Thom Harrison. So January 2020. All right. Oh, this intersection of familial and professional spheres raises significant questions about the independence of hidden true crimes reporting. James Johnson's intellectual pedigree was remarkable. He studied quantum computing and neural networks at Columbia University, with his mathematical mind described through the lens of expansive, complex systems. The formulaic beauty of his academic work could be expressed as where his exploration of quantum states mirrored his expansive view of life and the universe. However, his appearance in trustee deeds or financial documents connected to Harrison's family ventures during the height of the Daybell investigation creates a reputational risk for the podcast. And by podcast, talking about hidden true crime. The potential for familial loyalty to color investigative journalism is a recurring theme in the critique of parasocial true crime media, where the host's personal lives are as much part of the brand as the cases they cover. Yeah, the invisible hand. Don't let the left hand know what your right hand's doing. I'm just kidding. Let me go check on you guys. I just need to calm down for a minute. Doing good. Thanks. Is wild. Melissa and not Melissa. I just saw the name Melissa. Melissa. You got into my head. Kidding. Oh my gosh. Miller. Oh my gosh. That's why I like doing these things too, because it pulls things. This is driving me nuts now. And I want to just go look, but I'm not quick. So, okay. The invisible hand, crisis PR, plants, and the monitoring of true crime communities. As true crime has shifted from traditional newsrooms to decentralized digital platforms, the mechanisms of narrative control have become increasingly sophisticated. Organizations facing reputational threats now employ PR firms, right? They go Scrub and Bubbles come out and they 404 everything. And so they now employ PR firms that specialize in proactive crisis management and AI-powered monitoring. AI monitoring and the 4R model of crisis management. Reputational risk firms now utilize tools like Polecat to scan over 30 million social media posts and 8 million online sources in real time. This allows for the quantification of sentiment into a responsible business intelligence. RBI score. They score on the show. Which organizations use to benchmark their reputation against peers and detect emerging threats. We are getting police. Where is Afroman? Okay, right? So this monitoring is integrated into the 4R model of crisis communication. You have phase, objective, mechanism. I don't know if this is even large enough. I just want to make sure y'all see it. So you have this, the phase is reduction and the objective is identify risks. The mechanism, monitoring social media for perceptions, and reactions. And then this phase, readiness, preparation, is the objective, establishing standard operational procedures, SOPs for response. Why y'all want to respond? And then we have response. Oh, here we go. Mitigation. Strategic framing of bad news to control context. Control freaks. Recovery. And then we have rehabilitation, promotional cost, and brand rehabilitation efforts. Rebrand, right? That's what I heard. Anyways, So it says a critical, albeit more covert, aspect of this management is the alleged use of plants. These are individuals hired by PR firms to infiltrate true crime communities and others and influence the discourse from within. These agents operate undercover in YouTube live streams and forums, subtly steering conversations away from damaging topics or discrediting character assassination independent researchers like at Difficult Research, right? Anyways, the objective is to transition from responsive communication to proactive engagement, effectively neutralizing critical voices before they reach a mainstream audience. Didn't we see Lauren do this after her 9-hour live? Pretty much. I mean, that sounds very familiar. The objective is to transition. Yep, I'm done with that shit. Ain't talking about it again. From responsive community. I'm not responding to you. I'm not going to acknowledge you exist or your accusations or your truth to, quote, proactive engagement. Yeah, nothing to see here, folks. Effectively neutralizing critical voices. Yeah, that'd be us. Remember when she copyright struck me? Yeah, hey, Mom. Before they reach a mainstream audience, you little devil. Right. The impact of desensitization and aestheticization, the democratization of the population of the anyways, I ran out. Anyways, okay. I'm gonna stop goofing. I can't say that again. Of true crime has also accelerated the desensitization of the public. Oh my God, yes. As media outlets stream nonstop coverages of atrocities, the voyeuristic detachment, first identified by DeQuincy, we have a town here named DeQuincy, has reached new heights. The addictive nature of the genre, where real-life tragedy is consumed as TV quality entertainment, often leads to dangerous speculation, does it? That can harm ongoing investigations for the families of victims. I mean, I thought it was supposed to be for true crime because it's true and because you're trying to get them legally. The ethical shift in the genre is particularly evident in the transition from moralistic execution sermons to prestige docuseries every day, right? Kouri Richins and Law and Crime. While historical accounts sought to understand the psychological motivations of the crime through ballads and essays, modern iterations often prioritize ratings and parasocial engagement. The backlash against sensationalized portrayals of serial killers like Jeffrey Dahmer demonstrates a growing public awareness of the potential for the genre to exploit trauma for corporate profit. It also didn't help. Like, I live about 2.5 hours away from Houston, where they've uncovered about 200 bodies, but they're like denying the fact that there's a fucking serial killer, possibly. Okay, so I'm just saying, if not, people are just, it's a new way, where they just appear to have, and just they're drawn to the bayous or something. Whatever. I'm just stay the hell away from there. I hate being gaslit. I do, or lied to. I hate it all. Can't stand it. So the conclusion, the convergence of narrative authority and strategic influence. The investigation into the Hidden True Crime podcast coverage of the Daybell case, when placed within the broader history of the genre, reveals a complex landscape of narrative authority. The genre of true crime has always been a vast load of schlock yielding the occasional gem. Holy shit. Don't let them know that. Don't slosh. I had to do all kinds of weird shit with my mouth. I need to like exercise it or something. A vast load of schlock yielding and the occasional gem. Okay. I'm anti-gems. I mean the gem, Yet the digital age has introduced new variables of strategic influence and institutional protection. The core findings of this analysis suggest that ideological continuity. The Daybell case was not an isolated incident of madness. It didn't happen in a damn vacuum. It's not Chad and Lori starting their own damn church and building an invisible one in Rexburg, David Warwick. but was rooted in a specific documented belief system, most notably Thom Harrison's visions of glory, that continues to this day to influence radicalized prepper circles. Journalistic accountability, while hidden true crime has provided valuable psychological insights, in my opinion, I was just always like, and I'm not being ugly, this is me, how I was always like, okay. I mean, it's what it's doing is forming like this relationship, the parasocial thing, I think, with you're connecting with your audience. I'm connecting with you. This is what we do, our personalities, whatever. But there seems to be like, okay, we'll engage, but as long as we can look like this and present this, then that's what we're going to put. That's what they push. I've watched it go down. I didn't know what these things were called. Okay. Because this is my first time going through all this crap too. I'm learning along the way with you. I don't know. So it says the allegations of omissions and familial connections to Harrison linked entities via James Johnson highlight the precarious nature of independent journalism in high stakes environments, the professionalization of narrative control. Not to mention, y'all, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints actually has a department in it, and they spy on their members. And I'm sure people who, people like me. Just saying. The use of AI monitoring and undercover plants by PR firms represents a fundamental shift in how truth is managed in the digital town square. Creators like me represent a new frontier of investigative pushback, because we ain't going to take it, that is increasingly targeted by institutional defense mechanisms. We're going to get taken down with the social grading system. Watch. We already are. If I conform and I don't say all the buzzwords, that they don't like, if I say grape and things like that, schmurder, unalive, that's not what the fuck happened. If all those victims were right here staring at you right now, and you'd be like, I'm sorry, you were schmurdered, unalived. That is not what the court says. The court says murder, homicide, murder, homicide. Ooh, that just reminded me of Stephen Stearns not wanting them to use the word molest or something. I was like, get the fuck out of here. Sit down. Sit all the way down. Ugh. He needs a donut seat. Hopefully. Anyways. All right. So creators like me and you, other creators, represent a new frontier of, I already said that is increasingly targeted by institutional defense mechanisms, institutional silence, right? That SBD, silent but deadly, right? The LDS Church's handling of both Daybell and Harrison reflect a cautionary tale of how institutions manage extremist offshoots, often prioritizing the preservation of internal hierarchy over the explicit denunciation of radicalizing doctrines. And I don't think it has shit to do with, oh, they don't want to piss this group off if they tell them this and shame on you. Don't be doing that no more. You're going to get kicked out of the celestial champagne room if you do. I don't think they too much care. They're pretty much about to be trillionaires. And y'all are worried about if they're going to offend another group when they allow all this abuse and they rebaptize freaking pedophiles. And you're going to sit here and fucking tell me that they're worried about pissing some group off? That makes no sense to me. None. I mean, but that's how we think, because we're not freaking like that, right? We're not like, hey, need some money for a rainy day, or I need money for Jesus' second coming. Okay, here's your sign. As a true crime, John, I'm not trying to be ugly. I'm sorry. I know that probably sounded rude. But I mean, it's true. Here's your sign. That was my sign too. I was like, oh, they are not about Jesus. They dabble in Jesus, in my opinion, and they're not the only one. So don't get all bent out of shape. It's all of them. We need to just leave them churches behind, because you're the only reason, members who go and support them and pay their tithing, you're supporting them. You are empowering them. Just saying. Okay. Let me just start it right here. As the true crime genre continues to evolve, the distinction between investigation and managed narrative will become increasingly blurred. Right? The hidden motives being explored by modern creators are no longer just those of the criminals, but of the media and PR structures that profit from the documentation of atrocity. Maintaining the integrity of the genre requires a relentless, I can't talk today, focus on transparency and a refusal to allow the aesthetics of murder to obscure the reality of the victims. That's the most important thing. Nothing brings them back. Nothing rights the wrong. Nothing corrects it. Okay. People went to prison. Nobody wins. It's a no win. Nobody wins because no matter what, it's like, it was senseless. It was freaking senseless. Get a fucking divorce, bruh. Like, get a divorce. I've had two. They're not all that bad. Never thought of murdering my exes. Just saying. Anyways, so, but what I wanted to say about this is, because I think about this all the time. I'm very interested in the media aspect of it because it's like a monster all in of itself. And it's like, it's just fascinating to me, especially how it goes up to CrimeCon, how the exploitation of victims, family members, happens the rest of our lives. Okay. But for victims, they aren't only murdered and, just denied basic human right to live. Okay. They're murdered. They're taken out way before their time, their natural cycle of life. Okay. Because you're like horny or something. I don't really fucking know. I'm not here with the answers, I'm just like, really? Like it's crazy to me. It's crazy to me. It really is. But just there's so much exploitation that goes on for a victim the moment they like Tylee and JJ were missing, flyers went up. We needed those. It's like use it as a tool. Okay. Social media can be your friend and it can be your enemy. It can do you in, but that's if you allow it, if you don't know how to handle it. That's something I'm interested in maybe looking more into is helping people navigate these things. But they already have them with the PR firms. I'm learning. It's crazy. Yeah. But if the legacy media is telling a lot of what am I trying to say? Lies. I don't know what else to say other than that, lack of a better word. Then I've noticed, and I'm kind of good at this. I'm not anything special, but I just kind of notice things, in the peripheral and the overlook or the big picture, I guess you could say, is a lot of these media companies like that have been around Hulu. I'm not saying them particularly, but companies like that, they are like starting to do acquisitions. They're starting to fold and they're starting to migrate and they're coming here to YouTube for sure. I read a couple articles. This was during Kouri Richins' trial, and I was like, holy crap, I just landed on some articles by chance. I was like, holy cow. But how YouTube landed the Grammys. It's like, okay, so do we not think that all that deceit is not just headed over here? If not already, there are people here already doing that. They're here to do like controlled opposition, to just kind of stir the pot, to protect these assholes. I don't know how else to say it. Protect the institutions and these belief systems, basically. They didn't get where they are today because they're stupid, But anyway, so let's see what y'all got. BYU. Oh my God. No, that just Wah, wah, wah. I need some damn sounds. Right. Oh my God. I need like a toilet flushing for that one. Here. That's all I got. Poor Timmy. I'm just naked. Almost. Yeah. Sorry, I'll never do that to you again. I'm sorry. I really am. I don't know. Let's go over to that's crazy. How do you know that? They're doing that. BYU. It doesn't surprise me though. We have Hamblin's wife, not Hamblin, Levitt's wife who works there, Shalom Levitt. And I mean, she's a sex education researcher or whatever. And I mean, Shalom Levitt, she is of this mindset where they believe that children want to have sex. There you go. No allegedly is about it. Yeah. But they everywhere. We need like some bug spray. I swear. Right. Hey Carolyn, what are you doing? I'm so glad to see you. Yeah, I saw her drunk video too, right? She was so rude over Kit and Trisha. Trisha was even like, I sensed that Trish was even like secondhand embarrassed, kind of trying to keep it. And that's bad when Trish is trying to keep you on the straight and narrow. You know what I'm saying? But don't call me a damn conspiracy theorist, people. If you're going boom, 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 ding dong, and it's like, be me, which I have to tell you something, right? I found this earlier and I was like, oh, damn. This is Lauren's from the Cultural Hall podcast. And this is, I don't even know, because this is a shitty website. Just saying. I mean, beef it up. You're going to pay for it. Just beef it up. It says, and so this is Lauren's post. B, right? I'm just throwing it in. I was inspired by last week's LDS subway art that I posted. So she's, what? This is a blind reaction here. I was inspired by last week's LDS subway art that I posted. Well, of course you are. You posted it. I mean, what do you want? And thought I'd show you something I made this year for a little friend. Ew. Say hello to my little friend. Anyways, when it comes to prophets, President Hinckley was my kind of man. I really appreciate the bees he created for the youth. I worked on one for me too. Be organized, be healthy. Oh, this was in her book. Be productive, be attentive, be employed, be Botoxed, be a bitch. Okay. Be able to afford muscle milk from Costco. Be able to lay off the cheddar cheese. Be able to stop having whipped cream for breakfast. It's weird. Be more patient with Richie. Wow. Hoping each of you accomplish your personal B's too. May I ask what they are? No. I also hope that you enjoyed the Christmas devotional and that your coming week will be full of good tidings and great joy. Merry Christmas, Sister Lauren Johnson. Lauren Johnson. Right. But yeah, great. Here's your B. You know what, Trisha? Sometimes whenever you do a text message, sometimes it's on accident. Sometimes Lauren, she butt texts. Remember? Which anyways, what I'm saying is like there are times like I have an iPhone and sometimes I send a message and if I'm getting shitty service at the moment, it'll instead of sending blue, it'll run like a green line across the top. And sometimes that shit won't go through for a while. And then it'll just all of a sudden go through. Depends on when it goes through. So that could be it. Not an expert, just not a dumbass. Just saying. I know, but I love I forget, where was I? I think I was watching Amy Boston and Janice was in there and Janice said popsicle tits. And I was like, I mean, it is what it is, you know? Yeah. Trisha secondhand embarrassed for Lauren sounds interesting. I know, right? Yeah. Anyways. How late am I? You are punished. You are grounded. Now you have to watch Lauren content. I'm sorry. We all going to be grounded with you though. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I want to bring it back over to, no, wrong one. What do I do with it? Okay, here. So let's listen to this. I mean, to me, Lauren, in this one, this is October 13, 2023. Just keep in your mind that Lauren has never disclosed that her brother, who is still alive at this point, is best friends with Thom's son. Okay. She knows this. She is aware. So know that. She already knows all this shit. Pisses me off all over. All right, ready? Let's go. Fair use.
Hello. Can everybody hear me? Can everyone hear me?
Unfortunately.
I'm still pulling stuff up. This was supposed to be like a simple lunch live style.
But you're not at a courthouse. Anyways.
I realized I wasn't going to be able to read off of my phone while I did a live. So I was going to go live on my phone. And I always overthink my lives. I've been talking about this
You also overtalk them too.
live though for a couple days. I said I was going to do this live a couple days ago. I'm going to do it right now. So I always overthink lives. I kept preparing. I kept talking to people. Can everyone hear me? Hey, everyone. I'm going to pull some things up.
Oh my gosh.
I'm going to go live on my phone.
Oh my gosh.
Start there. All right. And Patreon. I'm going to pull up patreon.com.
Oh yeah, I got to pull them all up.
My documents, I mean, we knew a little bit when
Adam,
John
if
and
you
I
got
were
'em.
live. It's almost 2 weeks ago now, 13 days ago, with our hidden hour a couple weeks ago about Tim Ballard. And at that moment, we knew that there were women that had come forward expressing sexual assault, spiritual abuse, spiritual manipulation, and John and I decided to finally come forward. For those that don't know who Tim Ballard is.
I mean, why do you we decided to come forward? What are y'all? Like a lockstep or something?
Forward.
Only time y'all were together.
Sexual assault, spiritual abuse, spiritual manipulation,
I didn't mean
and
to
John
hit
and
it
I decided
backwards.
to finally come forward. For those that don't know who Tim Ballard is, a little background. Tim Ballard is someone who has a national platform, actually.
The interesting thing to me, and I mean, I might be a couple steps ahead of you if for those who haven't put all this together, I mean, it's not that far of a stretch, but I'm just thinking she's not so much really protecting Tim, it seems, which, I mean, Tim was under ketamine treatments allegedly, and Thom Harrison was giving him blessings, basically visions that Tim Ballard was going to be a U.S. senator and then the president of the United States of America, this one allegedly. And then he was going to be the prophet of the church. And I mean, that's a conflict of interest already. And Tim Ballard, but right whenever these allegations came out against him, Tim had met with Senator Mike Lee at the Salt Lake City airport the night before he was going to put in and, to run for Senate. Mitt Romney was like, to hell with you. You're not getting my seat. But Mitt Romney is also her people. Okay. It's like, it's crazy to follow for sure. But I mean, I wonder why at least it doesn't appear that way to me. It doesn't appear like she's as protective over Tim and all that jazz. It's more Thom. And I don't know if it's because closer relationship. Anyways.
International platform since the movie Sound of Freedom came out this year. Tim Ballard is the subject of the movie Sound of Freedom, and he is the founder of the nonprofit organization Operation Underground Railroad, or
do you know that M. Russell Ballard, the late apostle that, died right after all this stuff? Oh, actually the next month, about a month from October 13th, it was November 12th. He died. Right. And he invested in Operation Underground Railroad. He invested in him and Tim opened Slave Stealers LLC, which was for profit, and slave stealers. Invert that. And that's what that is. Me and you are slaves. All right. Okay. Yeah, that'll throw you. We're chattel or whatever the hell they call us. Goyim. I don't even know. But just know that M. Russell Ballard, this happened in about 2011, but then Tim Ballard established Operation Underground Railroad November 13th, a month from this day, 2013. That was the official. Okay, so all these things are cropping up. Like you have Julie Rowe with the Greater Tomorrow Relief Fund, for soul trafficking. Remember that shit? Safe houses in Idaho, blah, blah, blah. She's raking in money. She's speaking and people are believing she's got them all scared, thinking the Wasatch wake up's going to happen, big earthquake, all the things, fear mongering. And this is a big movement, y'all. It's a big bowel movement pretty much. I'm sorry. I know I'm in rare form today. It's not on purpose. I just like to cut up. And so I hope I'm not offending y'all or turning y'all off too bad. But so, I mean, all these things are happening. You got Visions of Glory. Ooh, it was published through a ghostwriter. The ghostwriter died, became a ghost in 2012. And so, but the only person that didn't really was Chad. Chad was like way ahead of the game, basically, with his publishing company in 2002 or 2004. I'm not sure exact date or exact year, but I mean, it was not that successful. And the success that it did have, a lot of people say it was because of Tammy. I believe it. But I mean, so all these things are kind of happening at the same time. It's like everybody was assigned, hey, you go start Connections. Hey, you go start Eternal Core. Hey, Tim, you go start all kinds of shit. You go start the Sizzle accounts. You go start money laundering, dude. And I'm just saying, like, that's what it looks like to me. It looks like a large conspiracy, in my opinion, allegedly. So what was really going on? Who was seeing who's in whose ear? How much of this is really true? How many people are being protected?
OUR that helps to save children if
allegedly
if they've been trafficked. All right. So it's shocking, right, Ozzy Tad? So first, after we did that live, the first civil lawsuit came down to the 3rd Judicial Court in Salt Lake County, 90 pages long. Again, it's on our Patreon account, patreon.com/hiddentruecrime.
It's also on websites for free.
And I'll actually pull this up. I'll share the screen.
I don't know how people in the legal world are following, or you true crime tourist, okay? You trial tourist. I don't know how y'all survived without Lauren's Patreon. Okay? That's how she makes it.
So here are our collections. We put all of our FOIA documents in collections. I actually love this. Patreon's doing collections now, so I organize that. So we have 25 different court docs right there.
When they first came on this, I do remember you had to set goals, and their goal was to reach 300 subscribers. And then once you reach that goes away. Like, you don't see that banner anymore. So just know they're over 300, in my opinion.
There. Are you guys seeing this? Yeah. So I'm going to just go into that and show you these two. Oh, yeah.
The lady
so much. So let me head in here. Let's pull this up. It's shocking, but I feel like I've been going down a rabbit hole. And I've been going down a rabbit hole for, let's say, 2 years. And I think it's time that I explain
for 2 years. 2 years.
Why John and I have been talking about Tim Ballard.
Why we've been talking about Tim Ballard. What, the 2 weeks ago? That doesn't mean you've been talking about him. And you just said 2 years, lady. 2 years. This says 2 days ago. I'm just saying. On patreon.com.
Been going down a rabbit hole, and I've been going down a rabbit hole.
Honestly, I think she already knew about it. I think she is. I think maybe part of their existence on this platform, and in the Daybell case and other Mormon related cases is to do exactly what they've done.
For let's say 2 years.
Allegedly.
And I think it's time that I explain why John and I have been talking about Tim Ballard.
You haven't.
For quite a while, quite a bit before these lawsuits came down.
What,
and why
name
we're still
dropping?
gonna
Name
talk
dropping doesn't count,
about
Lauren.
Tim Ballard.
Name dropping does not count.
1 second. I have a visitor. Okay, good. I think he realized he needed to keep the door shut. Good job, Dad. A little visitor I had.
Good job, Dad.
So that's the second lawsuit. Let's go down. Oh, okay.
3 days ago. Wow. That's a lot.
So I'm going to pull this up.
Look, just copy that link right there and you'll get right to
And
it.
while we pull that up, I'm going to actually stop sharing this for a second. And okay, so before we start, I think we're going to start back to me going to the Firm Expo. Let's start with Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow. Many of our gems have been here.
All right. This is her story. We're going to make her stick to it.
Here with us for 4 years while we have covered the Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell case. Many of you have not been with us from the beginning. So to briefly explain, my deep dive, personal deep dive into this case has gone deep into the belief system that Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow followed. And I just didn't stop. I kept going, and I even attended a Firm Expo. Now, Chad had
I just wanted to tell you that, like, I see you, meaning I acknowledge you, because it really sucks to just be stepped on. I mean, it's my family in this story, and I've been stepped on. So it sucks to watch these grifters. I mean, right? But also, I salute you. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for staying on them.
platform in several places that gave Chad his platform. And it was the Firm Expo, which was done by Rod Meldrum.
Me too. I
Run
have
by Rod Meldrum. Rod Meldrum was really good friends with Mike and Nancy James, who ran Prepare.
Actually, and Lil Brands can vouch for this too. For sure, I would know she remembers, one of my moderators. But I got blocked. I got blocked out of that chat while she was at the Firm Expo. Right? Let me back this up.
That gave Chad his platform, and it was the Firm Expo, which was done by Rod Meldrum, or run by Rod Meldrum. Rod Meldrum was really good friends with Mike and Nancy James, who ran Preparing.
Guess who else he's good friends with? Lauren. He is good friends with Thom Harrison. I know, he's everywhere. He's got his hands in everything.
People, they did have a falling out. They're no longer together. And then, and Chad would speak at both of these conferences. And that's really who gave him a platform, along with a website called About. So,
she's so stuck in the damn Ava.
Preparing the People is now debunked after Chad gave them kind of a bad name. They sort of revamped, rebranded. They're now Latter Day Media, but it's still run by the Jameses. I decided to go to a Firm Expo. Another way to remember the Firm Expo is David Warwick and Melanie Gibb actually went to Rexburg in September of 20.
Girl, I just thought about how I've got flyers from Thom Harrison, David Warwick, Karen Preer, and Avraham Gigliotti attending conferences, because all they do over these decades, over these years, y'all, is rebrand. Okay. So it was something before Mike and Nancy James and Preparing a People, rebrand, blah, blah, blah. This is what they do. This is how this group stays off the radar, in my opinion. And my ear just started ringing really hard. I'm rubber, you're glue, whatever. Anyways, just kidding. But you know what I mean? Like, that's how they're staying. They just kind of they disperse, and then they come back and they regroup. And I mean, because I've watched Hannah Stoddard just the other day, and I'm like, oh Lord, I just ain't got the energy or the time. They don't stop, because they're never corrected for it. They're never like held responsible for the shit they put out. And it really sucks, because then you end up with this brand of toxic, this brand of, in my opinion, a lot of narcissism and a lot of abuse and a lot of getting over on other people. It really sucks.
18 to that weekend to go to a Firm Expo, and it is
No, it was 2019, girl. They did not go. Hold on.
Is David Warwick and Melanie Gibb actually went to Rexburg in September of 2018 to
19
that weekend to go to a Firm Expo, and it is the last anyone saw JJ. That's what they were going to do in Rexburg, was attend the Firm Expo and podcast. And then David had his nightmare and no one ever saw JJ alive again. So I
didn't know you were
curiosity, in my trying to grasp this belief system and all of my trying to understand what was going on, I've read a lot. I've read all of Chad's books. I've read Denver Snuffer, The Second Comforter, because I know from April, her friend in Hawaii, that Lori gave her that book. I've listened to numerous Mike Stroud podcasts. I've listened to podcasts called The Eternal Core. Put a pin in that. That's important. And I've read this book.
Put a pin in that.
And many of you know this book because that blur. Because
okay, Lauren gives me the vibe of you spot it, you got it. That's how she operates. Like if I say it and drop the name, then you heard it here first. You heard it here first, and you can't say that I didn't actually know about it and didn't cover it. You know, you spot it, you got it.
This book, I've been talking about this book for a couple of years. Visions of Glory, by a man named John Pontius.
I mean, she again name dropped it.
Yes, as told by John Pontius. What we understand is that the person who had the near-death experiences
is your brother's best friend's dad.
Here and talked about the days of tribulation and the second coming is actually a man named Thom Harrison. Thom with an H.
Thom.
Harrison. He's a therapist in Salt Lake City. And he used to be very forthcoming about him being Spencer in this book.
He used to be. Why did he ever use a freaking pseudonym to begin with, Lauren? It makes it even more evasive, but they know that.
Okay. And Spencer is his alias in this book.
And watch how many times she will use Spencer versus Thom.
And John Pontius tells Spencer's story. They actually do a podcast together.
Pontius is dead. He's been dead since the book came out. But they have a whole website they put up since Chad and Lori and Jody and Ruby and Tim. And they have it's just got all the things, okay, of how it happened according to John Pontius's widow, Terry. It's called johnpontius.com, I think.
Back in the day when this book came out, Thom and John Pontius sadly passed away from cancer shortly after the book's publication, but before John Pontius passed.
And guess what? Remember whenever Lauren, her Ruthie or whatever, her aunt, but it's actually her cousin, the older woman who lived in Tucson with her, was he in the Air Force? He was Bill is his name. I got to get her book. I don't want to spend $35 damn on her freaking book. Ugh. But I need it because I need to be able to look these things up. Because Lauren claims that Ruthie, her Aunt Ruth, furnished the Pentagon. And I mean, come on now. If this don't smack of a freaking psyop, it is a psyop. But I mean, this got C to the I to the A written all over it.
Wait. He and Thom Harrison did do a podcast together where John interviewed Thom Harrison about being Spencer in the book, asked him about portals.
John did. Wait, what? What you talking about, girl?
John Pontius passed away. He and Thom Harrison did do a podcast together where John interviewed Thom Harrison about being Spencer in the book, asked him about portals, asked him about how these evil spirits inhabit people that are sinning. Braxton, Lori's cousin, talked a lot about this book.
She likes Braxton
as well. And it does seem to be a major thing in the belief system of Chad and Lori.
But guess who? Yeah, Braxton was also on a TV show, Doomsday Preppers or something. And Paul Hutchinson, the billionaire from Utah that used to go on ops and whatever with Tim Ballard, but also has his own nonprofit organization that's anti-sex trafficking, but we know better. But he's still out there just misinforming and lying his ass off. He was also accused of touching a minor, but money talks.
Daybell. This book. So we've been processing, Kresha from Difficult Research. She's been looking at this book too.
I did not expect that again. Sorry. Yeah, this is her just trying to be nice. I think.
This book. So we've been processing, Kresha from Difficult Research. She's been looking at this book too. Many people that have deep dived into the Daybell case know about this book. And if you don't know about it, you know about it now. It's important. Visions of Glory.
She goes real big.
And so one person said, well, how do you really know that Thom Harrison is the author? I want to explain that he did do
Who did?
numerous firesides and meetings after the book was published and before his LDS leaders asked him to stop talking about the book.
Now, when she says LDS leaders, I have to admit that she got me, because I wasn't thinking, I'm a never-mo. I don't belong to this system, so it's foreign. But I also see a lot of things that people on the inside don't see, and vice versa. Same with me. Like, we're able to point these things out easier because we're like, yeah, that's odd. Jesus and Satan being brothers. Man, I never heard of that. That also, while I'm saying that, it also goes into this apologist. That's why I believe we see a lot of people just forgiving and forgetting, like Neil A. Maxwell advised everybody to do. Because, Jesus and Satan are brothers, for heaven's sake. So, yeah, I don't know how to make that work. That's crazy.
I reached out to Thom Harrison myself to ask him.
She reached out about the book. I reached out to Thom Harrison myself to ask him
about being Spencer, to ask him his thoughts in the Chad and Laurie Daybell case.
What they were doing for Thanksgiving, maybe, who all was going to be there. What does she need to bring?
I've heard from an inside source that Thom met with Chad, put a pin in that too. And
Ooh, girl.
I've heard from an inside source that Thom met with Chad, put a pin in that too. And you guys are getting to my mind. I'm still trying to go down this rabbit hole, and there's going to be a lot more coming. So a lot more coming. So I just want to explain all of this. I was supposed to go out of town today, and I'm not going out of town today. I'm going out of town tomorrow.
Here's our little cryptic, nuggets.
Tomorrow, but when I go out of town, there's going to be more coming. I'm going out of town for a reason, and you'll hear soon.
So yeah, that's this.
Discussed as of late that include Ruby Frank, at least two of Ruby Frankie's kids, literally.
See, right here.
Requesting everything they have in the Daybell case while we await the trial. And Chandler, Arizona police, as well as Gilbert police, they dump a bunch of documents, thousands of pages. And I'm scouring these.
Because how many active Mormons or believing Mormons, how many believing Mormons actually go to the Antichrist podcast and form friendships and alliances? I think they've known each other way further back than they're leading on to. But I can be proven wrong. This is 4 days later. Just saying. It's crazy.
These documents, and I see that they have burner phones. Chad, Lori, Alex Cox, other people in this group.
Oh, sorry.
Of like-minded prepper friends believing in zombies.
Hey, did you know that like-minded was a Mason term?
And I'm scouring, and I'm seeing that in the burner phones, that Spencer is listed as an alias, as Spencer's wife is listed as an alias. I'm seeing that some people are saying that people were Spencer. I keep seeing Spencer, and the talk on Facebook and in these groups is this Spencer W. Kimball? What do they mean by Spencer? Who are they trying to say? And I'm thinking this.
Did you know that Mike Lee's he also has Shumway in his name? Did y'all know that?
This is Spencer. This is Visions of Glory Spencer. And I'm thinking, no, this is all Visions of Glory. They're these burner phones with these aliases and these secret names. This is Spencer. And then I start hearing more from people as I'm investigating. I'm looking like, well, who's Spencer? Well, it's a man named Thom Harrison. And Thom Harrison is a therapist
best friend's
in
dad.
Salt Lake City. Thom, Thom, Thom Harrison. Huh. And I learned that he is Spencer. These are his visions. So while the book was told by John Pontius, John Pontius is now deceased. He died of cancer shortly after the publication, that it is the visions of Spencer that we now know is this therapist named Thom Harrison. So I reach out to Thom Harrison, and I reach out because I'm wanting to know more. I'm just trying to learn. And I ask him actually something, and this is how funny. This is 2021. And I reach out to Thom, and I introduce him. I say who I am. I grew up near him and his family. Explain that we have similar friends, and I'm just trying to understand.
I'm letting him
know what I've.
Okay. And then we have similar friends. Maybe your brother's best friends with his son. I wonder how many times he went and spent the night, or how many times his, son spent the night over at your house.
Explain that we have similar friends, and I'm just trying to understand. I'm letting him know what I've discovered. I'm wanting to know if he met Chad, and then I'm asking him, do you think Chad thought he was Spencer? Because that's where my mind.
Why would you ask Thom Harrison if he knew if Chad was thought he was Spencer? How the hell would Thom know unless Thom knew him and unless you knew that?
And was then. Did Chad think he was Spencer because of the burner phones? In the burner phones, we have Spencer's wife. And I'm thinking, well, if that's Lori, then does Spencer, is Chad Spencer? Because they believe in past lives. That's an important part of this too. Everyone's believing they were different people in past lives. And so I posed this question to Thom Harrison. Do you think that Chad thought he was Spencer? And his response to me was, can you send me your address? I want to send you something. And I said, please, here you go. Here's my address. And in the mail, later came this. He sent me something just as he promised. 2021. Here's the envelope it came in. Address is covered. And inside, from Thom Harrison, is a 2014 letter.
All right, hold on. Hold that thought. We're kind of swinging back and forth, okay? We're swingers, okay? Just a swinging. Okay.
Stay in touch next week. So Thom Harrison is definitely Spencer in this book. Chad Daybell mentions Spencer. You know what? Let's listen to something together. There is a crash course that I put together during the Lori Vallow Daybell trial. When I was in Boise going to the Lori Vallow Daybell trial, put together a crash course. Let's share that and listen to that. That'll explain Visions of Glory, and then we'll get back full circle. Stay with me, guys. Stay with me. I am going to take.
The one thing it won't be is full disclosure. Okay. Might be full circle for her because it's a small circle, but it won't be full disclosure. Oh,
You guys full circle, and you welcome to my brain as I try to talk this all out. There goes my phone.
she's like
as well as
nervous.
this little outside table I have. It's a great idea, but it's very small. So when I started adding my everything.
Why, you just visiting John's house or what? Just asking.
All right. Okay. Sharing screen. Let's just listen to a part of this. So let's start. Where are we?
Saying about
Oh,
her
that
brother's
looks
conversion
strange.
to these extreme.
Okay.
All right, I'm a scooch past that.
Of Glory is important. Again, put this together. So let's just about the crash course. You've never heard the prequel to our Beyond the Veil series. I put this together. So let's just start here, and it is going to go into why Visions of Glory is important. Again, stick with me, everyone. Stick with me.
Lori's older brother, Alex Cox, a name you really need to remember, had been excommunicated from his Mormon faith years prior, but took his sister's advice and started immersing himself in the unique beliefs of portals, possession, controlling the elements, desiring to be translated, and having your own visions. Lori even
It looked like her face fell, man. I'm not trying to be petty, but I'm just pointing out what I see. She's welcome to do the same. But you know what I mean? Like there's just, I don't know ever who I'm looking at. I'm just like,
saying about her brother's conversion to these extreme beliefs on the karaoke app Small in November of 2017, seeming to mention both Julie Rowe and Mike Stroud. The lyrics are set to the tune of Leonard Cohen's song Hallelujah. And while I can't share it on YouTube due to copyright, I'll share the song on our Hidden a True Crime podcast episode of this same recording if you want to hear it there. Here are some of the lyrics. It started out with Julie Rowe, and it turned on the light you know. And he, meaning Alex, was changed forever in an instant.
That's what they believe.
God above. He surely.
That's what it means to be a translated being. Okay, it means you change in an instant, in twinkling of an eye, is what they say.
Taught him.
I'm scooting. One thing I don't want to hear is Lori singing this song.
According
Shit.
to multiple sources, including family, Lori also loved the book Visions of Glory by John Pontius.
Who in her family besides Braxton, and you just met Megan around this, well, right before this? Because Megan came flying out around the time of Lori's trial. That's when my mom sent me a link of Justin Lum's interview, Fox 10 Phoenix interview with Megan. And I'm like, what? Mom's like, she sent me that link and she said, oh my God, Lori's cousin. She's saying the same things that you say. And I'm like, I don't even know who this person is. And I mean, I've been like that a couple times. Like, where were you? I mean, did you really research? I'm asking this to myself, but thinking, did Megan ever like look into the like the very beginning of the case? Because she said she stayed away from it. So I'm just like, what is going on here? Did y'all know she has 2 books? Yeah. I've been looking at the descriptions underneath things that they appear on, and it was Surviving the Survivor, and it was 2 books. I still have to verify it, but that's what was put in the description box. Just interesting though. And it was around the 2024 time. She was actually speaking on Kouri Richins' case on Surviving the Survivor. No all be all.
Here we go.
Pontius passed away from cancer shortly after his book's publication and remained a member of the LDS Church at death. But his book, too, has been controversial. It revolves around a man named Spencer and Spencer's multiple near-death experiences and visions. Pontius interviewed Spencer for his book and declares
Pontius interviewed Thom.
Spencer's visions as truth.
I believe the 10 tribes have great gifts that we don't understand. In Spencer's book, Visions of Glory, he talks about how they can just mold rock. They can take a tree and tell it to be a chair or something like that, and the tree will obey.
I found the real Spencer during my research.
Oh, really? Did you find him, because your brother is best friends with Thom's son?
He's a therapist from Salt Lake City, Utah.
But she's acting like she freaking did some journalistic freaking work.
Real name is Thom Harrison. After asking Harrison many questions, he mailed me a letter he had written to leaders of his LDS congregation in 2014. I read a part of the letter to one of our interviewees named Anna, who also brought up the controversy and prominence of the book, Visions of Glory. Here is a snippet from that interview.
I don't know that I'd ever.
This is important. This caught me earlier, and I was like, son of a bitch. This is very important.
Of the book, Visions of Glory. Here is a snippet from that interview.
I don't know that I'd ever heard of portals.
Right there. Oh, I didn't let it finish.
Before Visions of Glory.
There. I didn't know. Wait. I don't know that I've ever heard of portals before Visions of Glory. Meaning when Visions of Glory came out is when Anna first heard of portals. That's important. And just to remind you that Lori considered, because portals and portaling, with all my research that I've done into what portaling could mean, and just taking the context that Lori and Chad had conversations with the other, in my opinion, co-conspirators in their group. And so just taking all that context and just, kind of fishing for it, just looking to see, what this is. What is portal to them? And turns out, I believe it's remote viewing. And not to mention that Janet Russin does this stuff, remote viewing. I mean, this is their thing. This is their jam. This is what Lori considered as a gift. She considered portaling, remote viewing, astral traveling, this kind of thing. And I believe that's why when she recited and said that she had a near-death experience, remember at her allocution statement in 2023, when she was, convicted for Tammy, JJ, and Tylee, she said that her spirit went down. And I think that's probably a difference between people who have legit near-death experiences and those that are making them happen by doing this practice or whatever. Okay, that's just me. I don't know. That's what it feels like. So Lori said, and Lori believed that this was her spiritual gifts. She said that my Uncle Charles was in her way. He was blocking her portal power, basically her spiritual gift, her ability to remote view, her ability to astral travel, her ability to do this shit that CIA had done, what do you call it? Declassified documents. And I read those, and it's about vibrations and all this crap that they were talking about. Okay.
And, Mike's
Go back.
Visions of Glory. Here's a snippet from that interview.
I don't know that I'd ever heard of portals before Visions of Glory.
Okay.
And, Mike Stroud started talking about portals. Chad talked about portals. But I think it's really influenced people.
This book has a hold on a lot of people, including Chad and Lori.
And she knows Thom. She's friends with Thom, but she's acting like she's just discovering him. And she's just acting like she's never heard of this ever before.
And again, I see a lot of, you mentioned portals, and I see a lot of possession in this book. Thom sent
She sees a lot of possession in
me
this book.
something that he wrote in 2014, apologizing for the book.
Now, this got me too, because this is a lot of information too, to keep up with, right? And not till I went back recently and looked over Thom's quote unquote apology that he wrote in 2014. When did the murders happen? 2019. When was Chad Daybell and Julie Rowe meeting with Thom Harrison in Salt Lake City in his office? He's a therapist. Ding ding. Chad lived in freaking Rexburg at that time. Julie Rowe lived in Oklahoma. So, I mean, were they portaling there? I'm asking. What was the importance of going to see Thom? Were they going to get counseling? I don't think so.
I believe much of it is a metaphor or analogy, and that's all it should be taken as. He then ends with that he holds his membership of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints as his most prized possession. He apologizes for any injury or misunderstanding this has caused the church, his family, or individual associated with.
This is not even addressing what happened to my family. This is 5 years prior. So apparently it was enough. And I don't know. I don't know if he actually sent this damn letter. I wasn't there. This is just what she is spinning. And I've seen how she tries to introduce evidence. Okay. No, ma'am. I'll take a hard pass. Right. Beresky style, but no, nope. I don't know. I don't trust any of them. I don't trust her. I don't trust Thom. He has just taken the high road. And actually I heard from Goel, who wrote about Thom Harrison and Tim Ballard aspect of all this. And he's written about Jody and Ruby and just with the Hamlin case and all that stuff. Right. And I mean, so I've learned from him that Thom Harrison was so like butthurt over all this that he wasn't even going out into society anymore. And I mean, God forbid, right? I mean, is he crying in his freaking crystal glass or what? Or is his his like crystal ball? I don't know. Don't be remote viewing me either, damn it. That is so creepy, right? Just think about that. Ew. If it's real. I'm just saying.
With this book. He is so sorry for any offense this has caused any member. In addition to the extreme religious literature, Lori and her brother Alex were devouring.
And they pushed this shit too. Lori and, for sure, Chad, my God, I'll get their names right one day. Alex and Lori, she was reading, Chad Daybell's books since 2016. And I'm just like, I've read them and there's nothing attractive about them. I don't care who the hell you are. I don't care who you are. I don't care who you are. They're about as interesting as watching the grass grow, watching Chad at trial, watching the paint dry. I actually enjoy watching the paint dry. I'd rather watch the paint dry than watch fucking Chad Daybell. Speaking of frogs, right? I never did buy into this one. I'm just like, okay. I think it's Thom Harrison's influence. I think it's the fact that Chad knows Thom. Julie knows Thom. They all know each other. It's like, hey, here it is 7 years later. Surprise. Breaking. They all know each other. Cult.
Around 2016, Lori also started reading those doomsday novels by Chad Daybell.
Okay.
I mean, his books weren't like panty dropper, okay, or garment dropper. I'm just saying, just throwing that in there.
So that explains it better than I'm going to explain it again and again and again. So thank heavens for archived videos that I've actually scripted so I don't go around and around and around. That is Visions of Glory.
Lord,
it is important. Here's the letter Thom sent me, or the envelope that Thom sent me, addressed to me. Again, that dang, I don't even know I have the filter on. I shouldn't have the blur filter. I'm outside. It's actually pretty behind me. But so this is it. I actually don't know if the letter is in here right now. We're going to read the letter later next week.
Why you photocopy it?
Where I'm going. So I go to a Firm Expo. Okay. So this Visions of Glory book is a big deal. It talks about portals. Everyone's talking about it. I read the book. It talks about, again, there's one kind of really upsetting chapter to me. I actually put it on our Patreon account once, like the whole chapter. And you can listen to this book for
He's
free
not the only
online
one
if
that
you
says it,
Google
though.
audio of it. But so
Mike Lee also, he says a derivative, what do you call that? A version of it. I'll just say, save me some time. I'm gonna pull it up.
It's, it talks about evil spirits entering bodies. I'm like, oh, this is sounding familiar. Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow preached this. This sounds like, great fan fiction. So I go to the Firm Expo.
Sounds like great
2022. I don't know why.
Sounds like great fan fiction. That pissed me off. Okay.
Okay, you know what? I'm gonna have to set this thing off if I'm gonna keep showing you guys stuff. So
Oh my god.
we're just gonna go into settings and try to figure out how to stop the burn.
8 years
There we
later.
go. Here's what Thom sent me. See, Thom Harrison. Here's the Firm Expo. So I show up, and by the way, I just want to point out a few things. So I go to this Firm Expo, and there is Jason Mao.
Okay, but there's Tim Ballard. Okay, and that's who this is all about. Remember? So what are you doing, lady?
Jason Mao is well known in the Daybell case. Many know. In fact, interesting story.
Jim could be if you would talk about him and connect the fucking dots, lady. They're there. I mean, it's bad when I'm a fucking investigative journalist more than you are. Just saying. Okay. God. And this is not my job. I don't want your job. Just you suck at it. You suck at your job.
There. I recorded his speech live with my telephone at the Firm Expo. Many of you joined in back then in April of 2022. The Firm Expo did give me they actually dinged me, and I had to take it down, and they gave me a copyright.
You dinged me, bitch.
On YouTube, even though I recorded it, it was my video. Said it was theirs. So also on this,
shame on me,
is Tim Ballard right there. He's a main speaker.
Oh, finally,
this is the crew. For those again that are new to the Daybell case, Jason Mao was so involved in this case that he actually had to give a buccal swab sample for the evening Tammy Daybell died, which is coming up. It's this month, October 19th. And also she
just yelled. Also, like I do that too though sometimes, so I can't. Whose birthday is it? Oh, I said I put in the wrong comment. Whose birthday? Well, happy birthday to you. Derivative. Thank you in the Valley of the Kings. Yes, I was like, what? Yeah, I want my brain cells back, man. I really do. Right? You're not. You're. That was your intuition saying, "Ding, ding, 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 ding." I mean, all the things, all your bells and whistles were going off, and you listen to your internal. You listen to your gut. And I'm proud of you. She does. She does. Is it his beady eyes? Oh, I don't know what you're talking about. Anyways, I don't know whose birthday it is. I'm sorry. The Colt's birthday? Dr. Vonda, you tripping me up. EFF, Jason Mount, EFF. I don't know what that means. I'm not good with acronyms at all, ever. So look at that face. Good God. Thom is still doing conferences, isn't he? Culty Steph. This is Stephanie, who I had on my channel. I interviewed her right when all the Lauren shit was hitting the fan. Yeah, like three different interviews. So y'all check those out. Oh, man.
The paintball incident, which was about what date was that? But that was right. It was like a week and a half before Cabby was murdered. So, in order to sort of make it so, nobody else could be held responsible, and that they assumed it was Alex Cox who did these things. They interviewed Jason Mao at the police station. We have that interview, and they asked him to give a DNA swab to eliminate the possibility that could have been him.
Anybody who has FOIA docs has it.
So that's how involved he is in this case. And, he had to give a sample. There's Tim Ballard. So you open it up, and there are some interesting names in here that you recognize, including, Tim Ballard speaking right after Hannah Stoddard. That's another name. Put a pin in that. We'll get into that another day. We'll get to it later. All right. So I go around at this Firm Expo. I actually spend 3 days there, 3 full days. And I meet so many people that know Lori and Chad and Melanie Gibb. And I want to say I met some
Lauren is she's an expo tourist, right? God, I keep landing on some
nice
bad.
people, some really kind people. I was very honest with who I was. Some people recognized me.
She was honest with who she was. Oh, right, Lauren. That's good. You need to try that more often. Last time I heard you say that was just recently about, chumming up to Kouri Richins and her family, like her side, like you did with the Cox family, but then you talk shit about them. So let me see your phone. Let me see your phone.
I told them why I was there.
Oh, and by the way, heads up for the Richin victims, family members, and everybody around. Okay. Just know there will be some shit talking in this one's phone, in my opinion, allegedly, about them in the future to come out. That'll be a future leak. She's rotten, man.
Some classes on energy healing. I was just really trying.
Oh, by the way, speaking of energy healing, Lauren, tell them about your stepmom. She's an energy healer.
Trying to understand this belief system. And when I went there, I think my goal was to understand like what it was that all these like-minded LDS preppers.
You were there. That's why they're there. You were there to do what you did. You was hanging out with your friends.
Believed in. And I'll tell you what I've come to. And these are not church-sponsored conferences, by the way. This is a certain group of like-minded.
Protect the church at all costs.
Members that have found each other, and prepping is sort of their extreme belief. But it's more than prepping. And Braxton Southwick, Laurie Daybell's cousin, who kindly came on the channel, really helped to kind of even refine this belief system even more. Although he says he did not attend these conferences. He listened, he read Visions of Glory. He loved Visions of Glory. He says he gave Laurie, his cousin, Visions of Glory.
And he laughed about it. And he was like, oh, he didn't see anything wrong with anything. I mean, I don't remember exactly what he said, but it was freaking bizarre.
And read many of Chad's books, knew Hector Sosa, knows.
Isn't Braxton the one that mentioned Laurie? They called somebody in Texas uncle, and he was like really wealthy or something. That's who I want to know. I want to drop his name, Lauren. Lauren Quime. Drop his name. Billionaire, Texas. Anybody? Somebody she was wanting to call while she was in jail? What, to get her out? I mean, at least he was smart. But who is it? Oh.
A lot of the people involved in these conferences. And some certain political beliefs ties these people together. Prepping.
What kind of like the Womneys? Or the Wees? Or who? Tim?
Ties these people together. But I think one really, really big thing that ties these people together, their strong belief, is in visions and in near-death experiences. So they believe that people can have visions, which is the origin.
Can y'all believe that she pulled all this together? I don't know how she did it.
Origin story of Mormonism. That Mormonism did start with a young boy, Joseph Smith, receiving a vision from God and Jesus Christ. So it makes sense. I mean, and many religions' origin stories start with a vision or a magical. And
then all the bodies they fall. They're in the wake. That's where
heavenly moment. But so you have that origin story of the church.
A magical heavenly moment. Sorry, that just caught me. Sorry.
These people are sort of believing that Mormonism should go back to its roots, that it's become far too progressive, the belief system, and nobody's really happy.
You went back to the roots, though. You went to the FLDS, you and Mike King, you're like, high five,
Having visions anymore. And visions and dreams are for everyone. And these are 2 textbooks I was sent from classes they used to give, for example, at Preparing the People. The Dreams and Vision Workbook.
Have y'all ever seen the contents? Because I haven't. I mean, she got the book, she can show it to you, but nothing from it.
These are the things that people are learning.
Because Lauren, she's like somebody, who doesn't really go bowling, and you bring them to the bowling alley, and anyways, they're going up to roll the ball, and they just drop it. That's Lauren with her investigative journalism. She gets it right up to the line, brings you there, and then she just drops you drop it like it's hot. Right.
Learning at these conferences that Tim Ballard is attending, Chad Daybell is attending, not just attending, speaking. And it's a whole, like a textbook of how to have your own dreams and how to have your own.
How to have your own dreams. I have my own. I've never even thought about saying, hey, can you teach me? Can you teach me how you dream? I mean, I want to know how you dream. So what the fuck are y'all doing? What's in that book? You don't I've never even heard anybody else ask that or say that or mint or word, like wonder. I've never heard that. They teach you how to have your own dreams and how to have your own visions by what? Tripping on mushrooms? What is going on, lady? And why is it normal to you? Because you ain't.
These are the things that people are learning at these conferences that Tim Ballard is attending, Chad Daybell is attending, not just attending, speaking. And it's a whole, like a textbook of how to have your own dreams and how to have your own visions. And let's just read a couple of this.
No, that's not.
Dreams and Visions Workbook, Overcoming, the first page, Overcoming Your Unbelief About Dreams and Visions.
Overachievers should
that
be.
everybody can have dreams and visions. You should have them. You should.
Everybody does have fucking dreams and visions. Okay? It's your practices that are the problem, right?
Believe them. Dreams and Visions Defined. Also, this Denver Snuffer book I mentioned early on.
Denver is just as far away from anybody as I've ever seen. And I mean, I've looked at him sideways, and I mean, I've felt him out. He don't bother me at all. None of his stuff, he's at least doing it right. Just saying, just another branch off, just another fringe, another disagreement, basically. Or, maybe he went through the second anointing. Maybe he went through the super secret, super not sacred ordinance where James and Elena got their names because they went through the fucking temple. Chad Daybell writes about it in his text novel, Loin Fire, that one, James and Elena, those are temple names. Okay. And the names that were given to Melanie and all the people, Zalema, those are temple names. Okay. I know. No cult here. Just a big one.
Lori and Chad Daybell, or Lori, excuse me, I should say, I only know about Lori, really loved Denver Snuffer, the Second Comforter. Mike Stroud, who you saw Lori singing about, as well as Denver Snuffer, both taught about how to have your second comforter vision, meaning a vision from Jesus Christ. And Lori Daybell.
Mike Stroud was also Jason Mao's seminary teacher. He was on church payroll, and now Jason Mao is molding young Mormon minds. And he's also on church payroll, and he was the whole time all this shit happened.
Lori Vallow to this day seems to truly believe that she saw Jesus Christ. His
books were in LDS, a Deseret LDS bookstore. Yep.
At least she told us all that at her sentencing. So, visions, dreams. How do you tell a real dream? So now they're explaining that dreams are visions. They're received while in a deeper sleep. You always have a symbol of Christ, except
I have not one time had a symbol of Christ. My dreams are like weird. Okay. Sometimes they mean nothing. Sometimes they're just weird and stupid, like, don't we dream like up to 20 times a night? It's just like, I heard that it's like the one you wake up to is the one you remember. I don't know. I'm not an expert. Lauren is.
You often formulate it into a parable.
I've never formulated my dreams into a parable. So maybe it's situational, like, geographical, where you live, where you go to church.
And you need to explain, and then what's the difference? And then there can be no specific guide, but an angel guide or a guide from the Godhead will help you know if your dream is a vision. Dream you have,
I got nothing.
Dude, if my dreams were visions, I'd be in trouble, man. I'd also be
eating
I think my dream last night was like, I had like 3 cupcakes and then I slept in. So that's a vision, okay. Flying in the air. The purpose of dreams and visions explains.
Flying in the air. What'd she just say about flying in the air?
Dreams and visions give comfort. Dreams and visions action. Stick with me, guys. I know.
Hold on, Peter Pan.
Vision. Okay. Flying in the air.
Her dream.
That's a vision.
All right.
Okay. Flying in the air. The purpose of dreams and visions explains. Dreams and visions give comfort. Dreams and visions action. Stick with me, guys. I know you're probably like, why are you?
According to your book, Lauren, I mean, they give you comfort.
Going here, Lauren. Why are you going? Just stick with me. Because
you wrote about your dreams and visions in the book. So did Chad. It's your practices, man. It's because y'all never deal with the actual problem, and y'all are too busy trying to save face and rebrand. And no, not me. I'm a good LDS. I'm good Mormon. Mm-mm.
I really need you guys to understand where I am. I always try to, on these lunch lives, which this is now an evening live and it's getting dark, and try to just explain to you guys what I'm getting into, what I'm delving into. I was on the phone for
delving. Nobody says delving as much as this person right here.
7 hours delving into this. So I just want to share and catch you guys up because more is coming. So anyway, this is just ask for dreams and visions.
Ask for dreams and visions.
Believe in your dreams and visions.
Actually, Mike Stroud says this whole thing where he says, and it's code talk. He's directing. This is what I believe. When Mike Stroud is talking to Chad and Lori, Jason Mao, Mike and Nancy James, Thom Harrison, all the people that are there at these conferences, he says you have to inquire and plead, meaning they're not talking about talking to God or Jesus or any other deity. Okay. This is how this system recruits. This is how they sell this whole New Jerusalem, AKA the New World Order. Okay. I'm telling you, that's what this is. And they're accelerationalists. They prey upon, they want to bring on the end times. Look at Zelema. She was whatever. I'm just telling you what they said in the text, that they were going and hovering over and causing earthquakes and shit like that. Okay. In their little remote viewing sessions or whatever the hell they were doing, saving on frequent flyer miles, but still paying for plane tickets. I don't know. That one, I'm not good in math, but that definitely does not add up. And just saying, they want to bring on the New World Order is what it is.
Adversary discredits your dreams and visions. Don't listen to the adversary.
Too late.
Here's how you interpret the process of interpretation. Okay, you get the idea. Here's Roger K. Young's book, Dreams and Visions of the Last Days. Read this whole thing. Roger K. Young's.
It don't look like you read the whole thing. And if so, it looked like you did, like you didn't like open it, turn it on its face, or, with the pages open so you can hold your page number, your spot in the book. No, you didn't.
Started the prepping website of Val.
You would know
teach
more.
About dreams and visions. Here's another Roger K. Young book. Okay, so now DVD, Roger K. Young DVD. Thank you to the Hidden Gem. You know who you are, who sent me that. Very interesting.
Keep it.
And then we add Visions and Glory to this group.
Another book not open.
So these are some of the things I collected at the
why she would need to, to learn from the book. She's got her gurus all around her that she's protecting, in my opinion.
Firm Expo. Exciting new video streaming. Here's Rod Meldrum.
Nothing
Glenn Beck, Tim Ballard.
Glenn Beck. Remember whenever she showed us a picture of Visions of Glory on Glenn Beck desk? But then she says, Glenn Beck didn't have anything to do with it. Distance.
Exciting new video streaming. Here's Rod Meldrum, Glenn Beck, Tim Ballard, a few of them promoting that. I don't know if Glenn Beck I think he spoke once at a Firm Expo a long time ago, so I don't see him as like someone that's prominent in that group. I don't say that with Tim Ballard. Tim Ballard is prominent.
Wherever Tim goes, Glenn goes, and Rod, and Tom, and Ken.
In that group. Okay, the Constitution. They gave out copies of the
Hanging by a
Constitution. Well, I guess that's all I have right now. I thought I had a lot more, unless I misplaced things. Oh, here you go. Yeah, a bunch of pamphlets. This is a Book of Mormon flag. There was a large one of these, by the way, a large one.
No.
It's from Captain Moroni in the Book of Mormon, in memory of our God, our religion and freedom, and our peace, our wives and our children. There was a
7 Mountain Mandate.
Giant one of these. And a woman, she was so kind. If you're watching, I consider her a friend. She was so kind to me, but she pulled out a really big one that she has sort of all the speakers always sign.
Ew.
I saw Chad Daybell's name and Julie Rowe's name. Oh, thanks, babe. Dr. Babe just turned on the outside light. And
he wants the bugs they're attracted to the light. That way they'll start attacking you.
And
Kidding.
a lot of, I am a latter-day Nephite. So
Y'all, wouldn't that be funny if that was on her bumper right now?
Nephite. So put a pin in that.
No.
So these are the things, there. And then, like I said, here are some of the classes. Okay. Did ancient, see. Oh, John Delin's mentioned here because I'm going to be meeting with John Delin next week. That's funny. And he's not.
He's an anti-Mormon, though. He is antichrist to a lot of these people. So I want to know. why active Mormon Lauren on this day goes to an ex-Mormon, basically. Is he an ex-Mormon though? Is he for real? You did report on his excommunication, and Kate Daly and Julie Rowe used to go on Kate Daly's show.
Not mentioned in the best way here. Then they're asking, can we believe Christ about science and history? Here's one where someone is suggesting.
I've never asked myself, can I believe Christ about science and history? Have you? Have you? I mean, I won't laugh. I'm sorry. I just don't have these kind of conversations. I've never had these internal conversations. Period. Thank you, Michelle. Thank you. You forgot to take your night meds? Well, party hardy, huh? Just kidding. Oh my gosh.
That the dinosaurs were never extinct, that they actually lived with men.
Isn't that what Garth thinks? Well, that's interesting right there. What she just said. Is it the giants? Is it the Nephilim? Is it the Nephilim? I don't know. I don't know why they're Nephites that don't exist, but then do they in the end times? Are they gonna? It's a weird root word.
The American Covenant, that's Tim Ballard, One Nation.
And guess who helped Tim Ballard write the American Covenant? Because it was actually just the covenant, but then M. Russell Ballard, the apostle, and he's related to Joseph Smith because he's related to Hiram Smith, which is Joseph's brother. They both got killed. It's a situation, kind of like all these other situations going on these days, political wise. Joseph Smith was running for president. Sound familiar? And yeah, they died. You know, you can't just go around and piss a lot of people off. And then when people try to run you out of town because you're getting over on people, you're marrying their freaking young girls, women, girls mainly. You can't go around creating your own money. And then Mormons only deal with other Mormons. So like they were driving business out of town. You know, just some real nice people. Really, really just nice people. In my opinion. Not. I'm just being facetious, but it continues is what I'm saying. Like when you go and learn about the character of Joseph Smith, you're like, oh, okay, the guy that corrected the Bible. Okay, gotcha. That one. Yeah. That guy. I mean, he wasn't like a theologian or nothing. He was just 14-year-old kid who found some alleged plates because he's a treasure digger. He actually did he was into black magic and practicing black magic just like Chad was. And that's what this is. So it has nothing to do with religion. It has to do with, I mean, unless you consider, I don't know. I'm not an expert. Again, I can point it out. I can know what I'm reading whenever I find it, but I can't sit here and recite it to you. My friend Heidi Love, she's really good at this. She has Unfiltered Rise podcast. Oh my God, that girl's on fire. I mean, even back, she traced them back all the way. I'm talking about Joseph Smith family lineage all the way back to the Salem witch trials. So we got us some witches. Because they were blaming and calling people witches, and that's how that happened in Salem witch trials. But they were projecting, basically they're accusing people of what they're actually doing, right? And that's still going on today, it looks like. But I'm no expert, just
under God. Again, Tim Ballard is why we're here. And what I want to talk about, finding strength in church history, the values of the Declaration of Independence, science defined, voices of the restoration, dinosaurs in scripture, dinosaur living with man, gravity.
So it's like they don't know if they want to call them aliens, dinosaurs, or demons. That's the three main ones, right? Of what we're dealing with these days. it seems.
water filters using space-age nanotechnology. I said it's a prepping thing. And then there was a lot about energy healing. I'm not finding those right now. I attended some energy healing
Ask your stepmom.
classes, heroes from the Book of Mormon. Who is the Antichrist? Of course, you
Don't ask
can
me.
guess what Jason Mao spoke of. It's his
Horror.
regular speech about being a warrior. Natural alternatives to medicine, the century that abandoned Christ, 7,000 years, the end time timetable. I'm just trying to show you this is what people for 3 days are going to here, and what I went to.
Yeah. Well,
If you are prepared, you shall not fear. And happy hemp oil. There you go. I think
no
that's a good
fear
idea. We'll
preppers,
move on.
that's Michelle. I'm sorry,
So-
Michelle.
Right before Tim Ballard. So Tim Ballard is in the news in all good ways, right? He's saving children. He is the subject again of this movie, Sound of Freedom. And I have some growing suspicions about him. I'll be honest. But I'm not
No.
sharing it with everyone because it's sensitive. Because
It's on the fucking news. It's on mainstream news, man. You're not like inventing anything again, okay? You're not. Stop.
if you bring up Tim Ballard and you bring up questions
Weird.
about the Sound of Freedom, you get labeled as someone that doesn't care about saving children, or how dare I attack a hero. And so I'm not really telling
Get over
everyone that I have an eye out for Tim Ballard. I'm seeing him speak at other
Weird.
questionable conferences, and I'm doing a deep dive. And finally, I got ticked off just enough. That's usually what happens when I dare to share something a little bold that maybe
This
I
is
shouldn't,
all
and
a
maybe I might
lie.
regret.
This sounds like such horseshit right now. Like it bothers me. This is, oh my God. Knowing that she knows Thom Harrison, okay, her brother is best friends with his son. Gene P right here says, Crush has been talking about this Visions of Glory, aka Visions of Glory, laugh out loud for a while now. It's totally connected to this cult. Thank you, Gene P. No, Lauren
What
invented
happens
it.
when I dare to share something a little bold that maybe I shouldn't, and maybe I might regret. But it was mid-August where something ticked me off just enough. I saw, Tim Ballard, selling freedom powder, protein powder to save money for kids, even though he's no longer part of, I don't know. It rubbed me the wrong way. And whether you guys see something wrong with that or not, it frustrated me that day. So I decided to place.
That just reminded me of how she said, it was talking to me. It was stalking to me. I felt like she was stalking me. No, it don't matter what you think.
You're part of, I don't know. It rubbed me the wrong way. And whether you guys see something wrong with that or not, it frustrated me that day. So I decided to place all of just some simple info about how Tim Ballard, this international figure now, is actually.
Yeah, Lynn Packer's investigative work is top notch. Lynn unwraps Tim and OUR with receipts. Still on there too. We need to go back over those. Knowing what we know now, and yeah, for sure me. Because I didn't understand all the things, all the people, all the businesses, all the LLCs and the nonprofit organizations and all the things, right? And I mean, this web, again, because of people like her. Yeah, I would like to review Lynn Packer's amazing award-winning work. Again.
Tied to this really small.
It's not small.
It's a small group of like-minded visionary preppers. And that's concerning me. And it's so hard to explain why that would concern me. Some people say, well, don't judge someone by who they associate with. I hope you guys noticed that even though I pointed out Glenn Beck, I said, I think he spoke once, but he's not really involved.
But you're lying because he goes there a lot.
I'm not here to jump on people that might have friends with some of these.
You're just here to misinform everybody.
People. I just stated I'm friends with some of these people. I made friends at this conference. I would call them my friends if I saw them. I'd give them a hug.
I bet you they would not. Y'all better run.
These people were so full of information and they knew these people. That's not my issue. My issue is not, all these people are, know each other. My issue is just how involved they all are in things like teaching about visions, how to have visions, in a Messiah complex, in
weird.
Telling people the second coming is on its way.
The whole Messiah complex thing that runs rampant in this group. And in her Mormon Stories podcast story that was getting ahead of her scandal that was about to come out, we just didn't know. And she says that Jesus is a narcissist, but yet she follows Jesus's teachings. I'm just saying it's their Jesus, but whatever. You know what I mean? Just kind of point that struck me. I was like, interesting.
And instilling fear. And I, there were some things. So I put this out on the social media platform formerly known as Twitter. Can we just call it Twitter? X. By the way, I'm over on Threads, and I hope that people can join us on Threads.
That's why I'm on Threads.
That's where I want to be now. I'm not a huge fan of X, but I'm doing my best. But we don't have as big of a following base on Threads. So
we are going to go through that too. I'm telling you, it goes back, but I don't want to don't tell nobody because
come support us over on Threads. But I'm just going to bring up the thread that I put on X or Twitter. Oh, that means I need to share this. So let me share this. And this is August 18th. Okay.
I'll call it
and I resurrected it, to use a Chad Daybell term. I resurrected it for people. I said, for those who haven't seen this, Tim Ballard has the same beliefs and friends as Chad Daybell. Please read it. It did not surprise me today to see that Tim used the same pickup line as Chad. We were married in a past life. Spoiler alert. That's where I'm going. So can you guys see this? Let me just make sure we can see this. Okay, you can see this?
Good one, Tambourine.
Okay.
Yes.
So I write, weird fact. Chad Daybell had a speaking platform with the Firm Expo. Tim Ballard also speaks at these conferences. I attended a Firm Expo for days where Tim Ballard was advertised as the main speaker. I spoke to many attendees who knew Chad. Continued below. That was the thing that irked me enough to write this back in August.
I mean, they do, but they
showed me Chad's autograph next to Julie Rose on a title of Liberty flag. I shared that too.
I have to share this. Another thing that bothered me, or that I realized researching into all this, all these people, their beliefs, yada yada. And I mean, again, there's not one person's experience that's the same. I get it, but for the most part, you already have Joseph Smith saying that he translated the Bible to where he corrected the Bible. Okay. So narcissist much is what I'm thinking. Again, coming from a 14-year-old kid practicing black magic and what's it called? The Necronomicon, the lower keys of Solomon, that kind, the bad kind, the bad kind. And same thing Chad was doing, and where they're slitting the throats of goats and pouring in a sprinkling the blood in a circle. Okay. We all saw Chad Daybell's property overhead from the helicopter circle. That's what anyways. Yeah. And then, I mean, they do their best to cover their asses, I don't believe that Chad and Lori are just their own thing. I don't think it was money, power, sex. I mean, I think that's part of it, but I also think it's because they are also part of this murderous freaking sex cult, near death cult, whatever you want to call it. It's obvious. And the tarps, that were found in Lori's apartment, I mean, they weren't used, apparently, allegedly. I don't know. I just saw them, when they were walking through the body cam and everything. But I mean, just the things that were there. Yeah. It's ritualistic. And so it's very interesting, actually, because in one of Lauren's news stories, hold on, let me pull it real quick. She talks about, let me pull this one up. She talks about, anybody watch Bailey Sarian? I missed that. Oh my gosh. Okay, so not that one, but it's close by. Oh, here. Lawman. Let me grab it real quick. Oh, that was bright. And killed my eyes. All right. So there's this, come on, Pokey. My computer's like, I'm about to start acting out on your ass again. I'm gonna let it catch up. There was this interesting news story that Lauren covered back. Let me just get to it. Close that. Share this tab instead. This is her resume reel. I don't even know if it's on here.
We don't know what started the fire back here in this duplex behind me, but we do know that it started in the kitchen. This used to be a stop sign. It's where the officer's truck and the suspect's car hit, because officers have to constantly be moving.
Goofy sleep.
For the past 11 years, Utah Attorney
Afroman.
General Mark Shurtleff has been walking the halls of the state capitol. Should this story just go away, or should this boy be punished? If you're dreaming of a white Christmas, you might be in luck. The hose is a lot lighter, and it also saves hundreds of gallons of water.
That's what it's like trying to take in the information from this case. It's like trying to drink from a fire hose.
Of students witnessed the shooting after school. This weather hasn't stopped anyone from coming out and getting their shopping done. You can see that we have a window shattered here, as well as remnants of students' belongings. It was quite the process today.
Nancy Guthrie's, I swear. Sorry, but it kind of resembled the landscape.
And could have lasting effects. Today, family called on David's friends to help stop bullies.
Oh, bully.
Today, family called on David's friends to help stop bullies.
Man, it's an ongoing problem.
He just didn't deserve to go like this.
Really sucks.
Wendy remembers her son.
And so Lauren, this really is horrible, because here she is covering this, meeting people who lost their son, who lost their child to actual bullying, actual violent behavior, and fast forward to 2025. And she's like, there's a mean girl. And hers is, she's like taking 7 different people and just the invisible hand, right? The left hand don't know, let the right hand know what it's doing. And she was just throwing stuff on the screen. And 9 hours later, you're like, okay. And then you go back, and we've gone over all her stuff, and no, it's just the way she framed it. It's the way she pushed her narrative, and it's the way she silenced and not only defamed, but she dehumanized Christina and the other people, women and people that she was interchanging to create one stalker. And then, just horrible tactic that I actually read earlier from Adam Steed, that this is the same thing that Jody Hillebrand does. And I'm like, oh, wow, interesting. We need
Always
to go
helping.
Jeff would do anything for anyone. He was there for his nieces and nephews. He was there for my husband and I. He was there for his grandparents.
The last day of his life, Jeff spent the morning doing something he loved, playing football with his nephews.
I don't want people to think of Jeff as a drug dealer or something gone bad. He was lured to this location. He'd been out at Walmart Christmas shopping, and he was excited about Christmas, excited about buying gifts for his nieces and nephews. And they'd intended on robbing him.
Police say Jeff had a different side, one that his parents couldn't understand. Officers say Jensen had an addiction to prescription drugs, and that addiction made him an easy target for other addicts who believed he had money.
Just picture him up there, big shot in the chest. Has been horrifying to us. This kid searched his pockets and his car and left Jeff there to die, on his face. And then the first thing I see on the news is the truck door with Jeff's blood all over it.
Oh my God, Lauren.
He was making some bad choices, and we were trying to work through those, and he didn't deserve what happened to him.
Jeffrey's funeral is planned for Friday at 11 a.m. His parents wanted to thank the community for their love, support, and prayers. Reporting, Lauren Johnson, ABC 4 News.
Reporting or exploiting?
We don't know what started the fire back here in this duplex behind me, but we do know that it started in the kitchen. Neighbors told me that they heard loud pops and then an explosion. The fire spread fast in this duplex shared by 2 families. The landlord was on the phone with his daughter-in-law who lived there when she discovered the flames.
She just was screaming and said, "Our house is on fire."
Another woman and her husband
I
escaped,
thought a house burned
but the
down.
man went back inside to get his dog. He suffered 3rd-degree burns on his back and was life-flighted to the University Burn Center.
Once you're out of the house, remain out of the house. It's just not worth risking your life for a pet, even though they are, a lot of people consider them loved ones, but it would have been a tragedy if he would have got trapped in there.
Joanna Arasuma had just finished bathing her 5-month-old when she saw smoke billowing and knew she had to get out. I'm just glad my kids are okay.
Oh my God. Tragedy.
The dog the man went back inside to get is safe. Coming up at 10, we'll hear more from Joanna and how she got her children out safely. Live in Sandy, Lauren Johnson, ABC4 News. You've heard of Pay It Forward, but this Christmas season, people are paying it forward 26 times. It's a concept that seems to be spreading across America. 26 acts of kindness for the 26 adults.
That's because the church has good PR, lady.
And children lost at Sandy Hook Elementary School in Connecticut.
I think the victims could really use some kindness right now.
That's a good way to honor the victims, definitely.
Our hearts go out to those people, and they need something special this time of year.
Reports are streaming in on Twitter and YouTube of strangers.
Lauren looks at the social media. She has been. I mean, I wonder sometimes if she's, mass communications, did she even graduate? First off, where's your degree? Because she kind of is missing in her 20s, and I really don't know where she is. So that's another reason I'm doing this, is just to kind of track her. We're trying to create a timeline for you, Lauren, so you can get your own wiki page. Probably I can't do it, but somebody else can. You know what I mean? And because there needs to be one, not because you're special, but because people need to be aware.
Paying for other people's meals in drive-through lines or buying someone else's coffee.
Because okay, straight up. She's 46 now. She says she's been doing this. I've seen 10 years. I've seen 15 years. Okay. So you were 30 when you started doing this? You 30 when you graduated? Where were you in your 20s? Besides getting divorced at like 29, allegedly. I don't know. I was not there. Where were you? And what were you doing? And why were you doing it? Yeah, I mean, for real, it's interesting. I mean, just doing her own math, just deduction, and you're like, oh, well, I mean, okay. So what were you doing from the age of 18 to 30? And then why would Richie T. Stedman reach out to you and ask you if you want a job, if you wanted a job reporting, basically? Sounds weird.
Any chance to do good is great.
One person left a 50% tip for their meal, and a thoughtful girl baked 26 angel cookies to give away.
I know that when
That's sweet. I just found this too. Like Thom Harrison and Avraham Giuliani. In 2016, Thom Harrison and Avraham Giuliani spoke at a conference at UVU hosted by Prepper Doomsday extremist group, the Isaiah Institute. The main themes around God-centered therapy and doomsday topics, an example of a university fostering radical ideas. But I mean, they're passing the Charlie Kirk Act right now. Senator Mike Lee is pushing that. I just learned what this thing was, even, just researching about about the passing of the microphone, the podcast microphone from Glenn Beck. He brought in, what's that other dude's name? Rush Limbaugh. Whenever Rush Limbaugh died, Rush Limbaugh's wife passed the microphone, the golden microphone, or whatever the hell it is. Ritualistic symbolism stands for, I don't know. But then Charlie Kirk, when he allegedly died, I don't know. It's just some weird shit that we don't know about. We're not part of that club, and I don't speak of the language. I just try to interpret it. Energy healing, multiple mortal probations, or you can just say reincarnation. Yeah, this was the video I found. This was in the middle of a speech, okay, because I was having to go through and listen. You know, you gotta listen to all kinds of shit, man. I've filled my head over the past 7 years with stuff that's probably why I'm so muddled now and always don't make sense. But I mean, I found this, and I'm getting closer to being able to share my theory. But I mean, this is what Tim Ballard is saying in front of all these people. He says, I found a brain specialist. Thom Harrison's a therapist. But anyways, one of the people that helps us heal the brains of the children who have been traumatized. Turns out there was no aftercare. His name is Thom Harrison. I was like, what? Tim Ballard extolling the expertise of Spencer, a.k.a. Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell's muse, a.k.a. formerly anonymous Visions of Glory seer. He still didn't say his name. Yeah, he did up there. Chino Blanco from Reddit. One of the people that helps us heal the brain of the children that have been traumatized. But Tim's talking about opening up the heavens and endorphins and oxytocin. I can't ever think of them all. Hormone, all the good things. He says you get that when you serve. So I would replace the word serve with maybe a ritual kill. Sorry. And they get endorphins and open up the heavens that way. Sorry. Yeah, there's others, there's other things to support that too. This is another one from Ziontology from Chino Blanco. Magical Mormon Grift, SOP. I don't know what SOP means. Create a catchphrase, in this case, heart-brain connection. That's what Tom is all about, heart-brain connection. We need to listen to those too. Eternal Core. We got shit to do. Reference an LDS leader who exemplifies the slogan's application, in this case, Russell Nelson. Drop hints that suggest a personal relationship with reference leader. Oh, Spencer. Can we call him Tom? That's my advice now. It's just call him Tom because that's his name. His name is Thom Harrison. I didn't know that was going to be there. Anyways, this is the thing that this came from Tim Ballard's lawsuit. One of his lawsuits against him. This was a screenshot included in the lawsuit, and it appears to be of Thom Harrison a session, like a therapy session, if you will. And maybe what Chad Daybell and Julie Rowe were going and doing? If this is Tim's, just saying. And if you go look back at Jody Hildebrandt, y'all know that crazy dream and the vision she was having about her riding a freaking lion named Charles or something. Y'all remember that shit? Remember Gordon Bowen and his crazy dreams about riding oh my god, I'm gonna mess it up, and it's already messed up, so it sounds really bad. But something about basically riding Jesus as a horse, or I know it's disgusting. Do you expect anything more? You can't expect anything less from these people. But what I'm trying to say is they all have just these, those are just visions. We found these in, these were in their journal or whatever. And you're like, now it's not, and now there's a theme. Okay. And it's a lot of this kind of shit. It's a lot of like, oh, is it? Or are y'all all undergoing, or people who are in the therapy department, are they performing these MK Ultra like sessions or experiments? I don't know what to call them, because that's kind of what's happening. At least this one, for sure, I believe. Your ketamine. Thom Harrison is saying Tim feels that he is stepping outside of himself. He is himself 100% while in K state, which is ketamine. While in K ultimate truth serum, he can say all he needs to say. Well, right? God speaks to him. I guess the fuck so, And so Thom Harrison is asking Tim, who's under K state or in K state. So Tim's asking God, Nephi, Thom Harrison, and angels, what do I need to do? Help to prepare himself Forgive me, father and mother, with this freedom. And this is interesting because this to me sounds like some code shit that Julie Rowe has spun. Then it reminds me of Charlie Kirk talking about the freedom. Frank Vandersloot names his firework every year, his free firework show that he does every year, big to do in Rexburg area, the Freedom Firework Fest or something. It's this freedom. And so I'm learning that there are these triggers, there are these keywords, there's dial tones, there's ringtones, there's noises, there's all kinds of things that they can trigger people unsuspecting of mind control stuff. I don't think it's ever stopped. I think it's just kind of we've been told that and we believed people. I'm just saying, it's like I don't think that's the case. That's why I'm going to be punished. Okay, because I'm just like, yeah, no. With this freedom, I bring love and light. With this freedom, he effortlessly gives love and light. In this freedom, I effortlessly see and give the love and light to God's connection to the world. Why did you send me here? I just want to help people. What have I done to these people? What did you do to those people? Okay. Father, mother, please protect me. Thom Harrison says, who are you? Catherine, sister. Anyways, just saying, I don't know what the hell's going on, but there's some weird shit going on. And I don't think it's just to these two right here. Sorry, it's a bad copy. I don't think it's just money, power, and sex. I think that's part of it. And it sure makes good for the headlines, for the 2020s, for the Nightlines, for the Netflix series, for the nightly news, things, to keep us not looking at the right thing. I've learned it's not the right thing. Book about near-death experiences called Visions of Glory is a deeply personal and highly speculative interpretation of spiritual experiences and prophecy. When filtered through the extremist and literal lens of Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell, it transforms into a chilling blueprint for their actions, justifying their quest for ultimate power, control, and the elimination of those deemed dark. And that goes back to the beginning of damn time. Just this whole race war, the cleansing of the bloodlines, and just saying, it's been around forever. And here we are this many bazillion years later, and we're still going, well, I don't know. I do. I don't have to prove my thoughts and stuff yet in a court of law. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know I'm trusting what I've researched, what I've learned, my instincts, my family members not being here anymore. That's evidence. There's all kinds of evidence all around. It's just, we've been told not to. Oh, that's conspiracy theory. Okay. It's like saying fuck is a bad word. Who says it's bad? Okay. You know what I mean? We just are taught that it's bad. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if that makes sense, but it felt right. And they tell us they are dumbing us down. They're they don't want us to trust our own internal processes. They don't want us to have our full spiritual ability. They don't want us to have our full brain power. And oh my God, because why? Because we're a fucking threat. If so, that's in the Jesuit oath, actually, that if we ever find out, they're done, because we're gonna go out and we're gonna fuck them up. I'm just saying. But we're like, well, what do we do? I think one of the tests in this area was January 6th. That was some radical people, right? And then it's just like these little conditioning to see how far we are, if we're going to push back, or we're just going to sit here and be like, oh, well, on to the next thing. And I ain't trying to be by myself. Let's start a riot is what I've been thinking. Anyways. Opening the veil. Not funny. Lori and Chad's blueprint for a physical, elite, and violent Zion. The speaker's narrative, Thom Harrison's narrative, rooted in near-death experiences and vivid visions, would be consumed by Lori and Chad. I need to publish this. It's just sitting there. Yeah, this has been a long time. Whoa. Are you serious?
the millionaire and confronting him openly with truth. What does it normally look like? What are the milestones as you're working with someone? What do you do first, roughly? What do they have to realize first?
By the way,
is there sort of a common pathway, or is it all over the map?
My lights just went out.
Yes, we're getting this very eerie look of you. You look like
the truth.
You look like you just moved into a tunnel there.
Wow.
Goodness, my whole house just went dark.
I've had lots of things happen on podcasts, but
shocker.
We can still see you, by the way.
We can still see you.
There you go.
Your teeth are illuminating you. Yes. I wish I was down there with my very strong flashlight. I would be shining it at you.
I'll tell you, I always wonder. I have really interesting things happen when I start speaking these principles, especially if it's going to get out to a big audience.
Well, the darkness always wants to show its supremacy, doesn't it?
It does.
It always says, watch, I'm going to do something.
Let me show you what I can do.
But this is kind of fun because we're getting this real time, this is fun. Yeah. So go ahead, continue talking about light. Maybe it'll change the other side. We only have 5 minutes left, so we're going to continue this even with you in the dark.
This will be a record right here. This will be one of our favorite episodes.
This will go down in the archives.
This is when Jody went into the darkness.
That was freaking hilarious, right?
What was our question? I don't remember our question.
I do. So you want to know what I do first.
The Counterfeit of Connection is the name of the episode. And that's Jody Hildebrandt. That's Thom Harrison and Ken Krogh. Yep. Crazy people.
Sir, what's my...
Crazy. This is me and my theories. Applying the theory of psychological programming and dissociation to the Chad Daybell case, especially concerning his reported meetings with Thom Harrison, offers a compelling, albeit hypothetical, framework for understanding the tragic events that unfolded. The term portaling, as reportedly taught by Harrison, can be understood as a slang term, just like zombie is for a demon, for remote viewing, a practice with roots in declassified government experiments. And here you go. Just my little charts. I love making charts, but I just don't know how to make them really well. Thom Harrison, Chad, Tim, Julie, Jody, all the people, right? He's also involved in Gordon Bowen's case, David Hamblin. You've got, we also have where I'm going to put y'all right here and I'm going to go grab something because it needs to be heard.
And it's to whom it may concern, to my priesthood leaders as now constituted. And it's, again, March 23rd, 2014, Thomas Jean Harrison, and it's titled Regarding Visions of Glory. Now, I won't read the full letter here. It's long. We'll read it later in the program. But
I have it.
This summarizes it. Let me share how it starts and let me share how it ends. To whom it may concern, my priesthood leaders. After meeting with my stake president on this 23rd day of March 2014, I write this letter to disclose my feelings and present opinions of the book Visions of Glory, which was published by Cedar Fort Publishing Company in December of 2012. I disclose that I am Spencer, the person with whom the majority of this account is written about. I have been asked to discuss the origins and my present feelings associated with the book. And then he goes on for 4 pages. And I read it. And then we have, it is my intent to not, so 3 pages in, he states, in quotes, "It is my intent to not speak of this account any further, other than this letter. I do not have the rights to this work. They belong to the Pontius family, so I have no power to stop the printing. But under no circumstances..."
Oh shit! God,
because at some point someone's going to find.
I just pushed
these
the video.
podcasts.
Oh my god! Sorry. Dang it! That was dumb. Okay, this should be it.
Cedar Fort Publishing Company in December of 2012. I disclose that I am Spencer, the person with whom the majority of this account is written about. I have been asked to discuss the origins and my present feelings associated with the book. And then he goes on for 4 pages, and I read it. And then we have, it is my intent to not, so 3 pages in, he states in quotes, "It is my intent to not speak of this account any further, other than this letter. I do not have the rights to this work. They belong to the Pontius family, so I have no power to stop the printing. But under no circumstances did I ever mean to conspire, deceive, or acquire gain from these sacred things. Our hope was to lift, bless, and bring people to Christ. If I am ever asked about this work, I will give those who inquire a copy of this letter. I will not give firesides or presentations regarding this book. I hold my membership in the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints as my most prized possession. I apologize for any injury or misunderstanding this has caused the church, my family, or any individual associated with this book. I am sorry for any offense that this has caused any member. Sincerely, Thomas G. Harrison." So it was clear to me, and here's the book, by the way, we're talking about this book. Here's the book. It was as told by John Pontius. It was clear to me, being a member of the church, that this was clearly a letter to save
right there. She's a member.
I mean, I don't know any other way to see this letter written in 2014. He's apologizing. He's stating what he will no longer do. He will no longer give firesides. He apologizes. But what was most interesting is looking back, I think that was the moment where I realized this is bigger than I thought. This is
She knows him. She knows that that's her brother's best friend's dad.
a lot bigger than I even initially thought. Here I am thinking, oh, did Chad think he was Spencer? This is, one of the, it's like every other kind of obscure near-death experience book. I'd never read a near-death experience book before Chad and Lori, and I was investigating them, but I've read quite a few now. So, and while the book was eerily similar to Chad and Lori's beliefs, and it was concerning to me, the fact that I wrote him and said, "Hey, do you think Chad was Spencer?" And he sent me this, that's actually the moment where I thought, this is actually a lot more important and a lot bigger than I even thought. This is influencing a lot.
That's when she realized this is much bigger, because Thom Harrison's couldn't answer her question about Chad. Why would he know Chad? Why the fuck would he know Chad? Chad's he's like, over there in Idaho. Okay. Why would he know Chad? So why would you ask a guy in Utah, a therapist, does he look like he runs around with Chad Daybell? No. But you did grow up in his neighborhood there, Lauren, and the avenues. Yeah. I'm taking way too long on this shit. I got
a lot of people, and this has caused great concern, this book. And so I think that's the origin story to where
that's the origin story. What
became even more interested in the book. I started telling people, how did this book play a part in Chad and Lori's belief system?
Why didn't you ask Tom? Shit, write him back. Call him on the phone.
It up, and thousands of copies sold. I started talking about the book on my channel, and then I learned that a lot of people that watched our channel or listened to our podcast defended the book. LDS people, no, this book is good. No, it's not the book's fault. And other people saying this is a terrible book.
It's like the gun and the, you know what I mean? Like, people kill people, the gun don't kill people, the book don't kill people, but the people practicing the book do. You know what I mean? Like, it's like that kind of argument. Maybe that's how I kind of see it, but I don't know if that's how y'all do. Let me know. Let's see.
This book, whatever it is, people have strong feelings about this book. And
what about Tom? It's originated from Tom. It originated. The words appeared because Tom and his visions. Okay. That's Tom. It's frustrating because she's playing dumb.
That was the moment I thought, I need to get to the bottom of this. What's going on?
And that tells me it's ginormous because of the amount of effort, time, energy, but she is making money. She is making lots and lots and lots of millions of money. So, I mean, it's frustrating. Is it controlled opposition? Did she take this upon herself? Is this her mission? Is this her mission like it was Chad and Lori's to rid the world of zombies? Is hers to, divert attention away from Thom Harrison and the church and other people higher up who are trying to hide still? Hidden true crime is a cult true crime. Straight up. Hidden productions. Hidden.
Yeah.
Clever.
Yeah. And then maybe let's bring Mindy in here because a little bit later, the trial of Lori Vallow happens.
Yes.
In Idaho. By then, you and my dear friend Mindy Caldwell are buddies. And Mindy comes down to meet you at the trial. And y'all notice something kind of interesting.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you want to tell that story?
No, I think you should tell it. Take it away.
Yeah. So we had spent several days.
And Mindy, do you want to back up and just tell quickly how you're connected?
Oh, sure. Sure, of course.
Hold on, Mindy. Yeah. So I found this channel who was talking about Lauren and John's, I don't know how to say it, but the Rorschach ink blot, the gray thing they have on their logo, their brand. It's the ink blot. And so I'm just repeating what was said on their on this other channel. Okay. The symbol is that ink blot. I can't say the other word. Their mirrored gray ink blot logo is not just aesthetic minimalism. It's a Rorschach, I don't know how to say it, test historically used for analyzing the subconscious. Critics have frequently labeled the test as pseudoscientific as it is susceptible to illusions since individuals often perceive patterns that do not exist. Tell that to the vision hunters, the vision people who they need help having real vision. Oh yeah, I carried it over to my Canva. My Canva kicked me out earlier at like 5:03 on me. I was like, what the hell? It's never happened before. I'm gonna bring y'all here though. And this is We Are the People Utah. I suggest you come over and subscribe. I'm gonna put the link in the chat here in just a minute. This is exposed Utah's hidden abuse scandal. This is from 6 months ago, and it's under the Shadows of Power series, I guess you could say. And I want you to know that this also ties into Lauren. Why? Because Dick and Brenda Miles, Brenda, I'm sorry, is the daughter. Oh my gosh. Brenda is the daughter of he just passed away, the recent, oh my gosh, Russell Nelson. Okay. There's so many M. Russell Ballards and Russell Nelsons and Lori's and Laurens and blah, blah, blah. So it's hard to keep up with, but, so the daughter of the prophet, okay, but he just passed away right around the time that Charlie Kirk did, allegedly. And, this has been going on for decades now. There's bountiful accusations, this neighborhood, that had ritual abuse claims, allegations, sexual abuse, all the things, weird things, ritualistic things, SRA things, it's ritualistic abuse. It's the same thing that happened to Tylee and JJ, in my opinion, except theirs was the most extreme murder. Right. And then if you kind of go down a tier, however you want to, put this in your mind, then you have, R. Frankie and E. Frankie, Ruby Frankie's children. And it wasn't just the two, y'all. There were other kids also involved in this stuff because that's what this is. And so, they were on their way to being harmed, I believe, like Tylee and JJ, but thank God, luckily, R. Frankie was able to escape and get help. Thank God. And then you had Melanie Boudreaux Pulowski. You had her kids that were being rated dark. Do you understand? But they weren't quite where the Frankie children were, who weren't at all where Tylee and JJ were, but were well on their way. If that makes any sense. That's kind of how I view it. Well, in Bountiful, there's this alleged sex abuse ring, child sex abuse ring, right? And turns out Brenda and Dick Miles, the prophet's daughter, and son-in-law, they are accused of it. And I tell Lauren this over, it's somewhere in my phone. I didn't talk to her that much, so it's not that deep in my phone. But she told me that Brenda and Dick Miles were, hold on, I don't remember if she said friends or neighbors. I I gotta find out now. Because let's see. Lauren. Coco. Huh. Lauren. All right. This was probably about the same time that the videos we showed tonight, mainly the one on Mormon Stories podcast and the one on Hidden True Crime. It was about that time. And she told me, I know Dick and Brenda, and I've been looking into David Hamblin. I don't see those FOIA docs in her Patreon. That's how you know. I don't see hers either. But there's that. So I mean, I'm just saying she knows them. She knows, don't she? She knows everybody. She knows everybody. She knows every damn body. But this is interesting. I want to read this comment. It says, I worked for an interior designer in Bountiful back in mid to late 80s. One day she came back from an appointment and shared with me the distress of the client she had just been with. Her client was the wife of the stake president in the Moeller Park area. She told the designer of a terrible thing that was happening in her stake. Children were being essayed by some of the ward members, allegedly. They filmed them and allegedly took pictures and sold them. It was especially a mess because the child of an apostle was involved. They were in disbelief and devastated. I never heard another word about it until today. Your broadcast covered everything I had heard. The clincher was the dead cat. They killed the cat and took pictures of it. The cat was a family pet of some of the kids. They showed me the kids the picture and told them that if they told what was going on, this is what's going to happen to their siblings and parents. Looks like even 40 years later, you can run, but you can't hide. This is all fact. Good work, and thank you for all your efforts. This one says your children are not safe in the church. Yeah, this is what's going on, y'all. Okay, so I want to play this part because this ties into David Hamblin. But the guy, there's an apostle that Thom Harrison was friends with, that he had shared his dreams and visions with before Neil A. Maxwell died. And I mean, he's even in this book. And after Neil A. Maxwell died is when Thom published the book. So, I mean, there's that part, but he calls him his friend, an apostolic friend. And I just want to play this part because these are the Hamblin daughters they're about to play on audio. And they're talking to their mother, who is accused by the Hamblin daughters and others outside in and around, other kids that are now adults, accusing and alleging. And they just keep getting out of it on technical issues. You know, somebody didn't turn, kind of like how Lori lost the death penalty. You know, she got that thrown out because prosecution just forgot to turn it in. But they had it right then, you know, like right after the deadline. Just, oh, we got it. That's a whole death penalty. And they were pretty good prosecution, in my opinion, as far as like they had their shit together. I'm talking about in our case in Idaho. But I'm just saying, you know, that they find ways to, oops. But yeah, so let me play it because I don't know.
Marion Burroughs and Nicholas Grossbeck Smith, the grandparents.
Elder Maxwell shows up quite often in abuse cases inside of the church as well. Tyler, I don't know if we want to take any time to talk about it, but he has a Hamblin case tie-in as well. He recommended or counseled the wife of David Hamblin to marry him, and that's been recorded. And so Elder Maxwell appears to have been sort of the go-to guy, one of the go-to guys inside of the church hierarchy whenever these types of situations would crop up. You'll find his name in many, many abuse cases.
I'm learning.
Yeah, as someone who has dug deep into the Hamblin case, that was a very curious connection there when we heard a disclosure from Roselle Hamlin Stevenson, the parent, the mother of the Hamlin daughters, when she disclosed to them in a secretly recorded tape that the Provo police have disclosed that Neil A. Maxwell was the one who sealed her and David Hamlin in 1976.
So in all your study, you think that this is the best explanation?
Oh, the only
The study of
explanation I
the
can
ritual
think
stuff?
of, no, is some kind of programming that I may have had as a small child, or when I met David, or when David was small. I mean, I can't explain why I felt like I had a witness that I was supposed to marry him, and then I had such horrible cold feet right before I was going to marry him that I went and talked it over with the man who was going to marry us, with Neil Maxwell.
You talked it over with Neil Maxwell?
Yeah, he was performed our ceremony. He gave me a blessing in his office. I had
You
cold
never told
feet.
me that.
I had horrible cold feet.
You just
I
said that you
shouldn't-
told her, and she said something like, it's too late. You talked this over with Neil Maxwell?
Wasn't one of the 12 involved in the Bassett case as well?
This one case, he says Bassett case. I've never heard of it, so I need to look more into that. But I know I'm just going to find the same things, right? And they always say, if you're looking for it, you're going to find it. And I mean, that's true. Sorry, I was reading my notes. I have like a whole booklet of notes. Okay, so I just wanted to share that with you guys. And now I need to show you this. Happy Thanksgiving. It's a family affair with the Hidden True Crime podcast. This is from November 27th, 2020. Actually, let me scratch that. Let's show you. This is it's a horrible, like, you can't see the whole picture, I'm sorry. But this is Lauren right here. This is April 21st, 2020. This is the Cultural Hall podcast. It's a Mormon faith, the faith-based podcast. And this was started by Lauren. She's a co-founder with Richie T. Stedman of this podcast back in 2012. I want to say August 17th of 2012 was their first episode. This is episode, I think, 400. I don't know where it says it. Somewhere in here. But this is like, where are they now? So it's like catching up. And this happens to be right in the middle of, looking for Chad and Lori, found them in Hawaii. She was supposed to turn the kids over in 5 days. She didn't. So they arrested her in Kauai. They extradited Lori to Idaho in Rexburg, Madison County Jail, where she was, Chad was still actually out of jail at this point because the kids weren't found until, this is April 21st. They were found June 9th, 2020. So about a month and a half later. This is around the same time that Melanie Gibb went and did an interview with Nate Eaton that was kind of like a Dateline special, but it was crazy. It was crazy time. And that's like the whole year I don't remember much from. It's like a blur. Episode 399. Hello, I'm blind. But it's just good to get a good read on what Lauren is talking about here, because as far as we know, as far as she's told us, she has been onto this story about the Vallow Daybell doomsday couple and the kids missing since it came down on an AP news article. She even has text message talking shit about, actually posing as an anonymous member in a True Crime Underground Facebook group about, getting justice for the kids, for the victims. And, she's posing as somebody else and then answering her own post and all to like kind of dog Nate out. But I'm wondering still, and I still don't have a good read on this because I feel like, because I even was on this post. I was answering this post and I was thanking anonymous member for bringing up Frank Vandersloot because, there was a name in the documents, the FOIA docs of Sharissa, And it was a conversation between Alex and Lori the day that JJ was murdered. The last day that JJ was seen alive. And it's like weird. And she's like, do you have eggs? And he's like, I have eggs. You want eggs? And it's like, what are they talking about? We know that it was a day that a child was murdered, likely, if not it was the last time he was seen. So, it wasn't good is what I'm saying. So why would Alex be texting his sister back saying, I'm waiting on a fresh ceiling from Sharissa? There's not many of those. Okay. I mean, maybe there is, maybe there's not. I haven't done my own survey, but survey says, no, I'm kidding. It's just interesting that Frank Vandersloot has a daughter-in-law also named that name. I don't know if that's how you say it or not, but I'm just saying. So, but I mean, I didn't post all that. Lauren did. Lauren did as anonymous poster. She did. It was weird. So I don't know if she was trying to deflect attention away from Frank Vandersloot. And I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm seeing how she knows Thom Harrison this whole time. Her brother's best friends with his son. She knows this. Going into starting her podcast, she knows this shit. And here we are, acting like she don't know this shit. That's the shit I'm talking about. Playing dumb is one thing, but like don't underestimate me. You know what I mean? Like, don't mistake my kindness as a weakness. Because, anyways, let's get a read on this. Because again, April 21st, 2020. Let's hear what Lauren tells Richie.
We did it together at first. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember a good long time ago that that we sat down. Now, this was before to give some perspective on this thing. This was before I'd ever been married, so that was 2 wives ago, and it was
2 husbands ago for me.
Oh, that's right. I had forgotten that you got married.
Divorced and married again.
Yes, I completely spaced that. So
we've been through a lot.
Yeah, how's round 2 going for you?
Amazing.
Yeah,
how's round 2 going for you?
Also amazing.
Congratulations.
It's a great perspective you get once you do it really wrong the first time, right?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Oh, those were the mistakes that I made.
Recommend it. I recommend it. I'm like, it's so good now.
I jokingly, with people in my day job that come to talk to me, because I work at the Lord's University, there will be different people who will be really stressing about getting married and about how old they are and that they're not married. And I was joking around with one the other day, and I was like, listen, just marry anybody. It's not going to work out. You'll learn exactly what you want and exactly who you are, but you won't learn it until you're doing it. So this may seem a little irreverent, but I think you should just marry whoever and then get ready for the second one. She did not appreciate that information.
Hey, to all the LDS women out there who think they're too old, I got married, divorced, remarried, and had a kid all in my 30s.
Oh,
where were you in your 20s?
Yeah, forget it.
In my 30s.
Now, we know each other because we both served in the same mission, and I'm not going to go too much into it because, spoiler alert, episode 400 that we'll post later this week is going to be a reposting of the first episode that we ever did. So we don't need to go too much into the history of it. Oh, yeah. Oh, no, it's bad. I
don't even.
I listened to it, and it is 2 people going, what are we doing? I don't know. What's this? I'm not sure. Who's this? I don't know. But give everybody an update as to what you're doing. You're married again. You don't even live anywhere near me.
Yeah, I'm married again.
Why do you say that?
Yeah, we're moving to Vegas area. We live in St. George. We have a little 2-year-old who my husband's following around right now while I talk to you. I was a TV reporter for about 8 years, and I owe that to Richie, to you. I'm talking to you.
Oh, I forget about that, right? You
where's it at?
I quit about a year ago. I was with ABC4, and I quit about.
Okay. Whoa. This is 2020. Now she's saying, I mean, and I say this because I've been looking through a lot of their content, going through it, right? Looking for stuff that I'm marking as, exploitative of my family, me or my family members. I'm telling things up, okay? And I'm also looking at their description boxes. I'm looking at dates. I'm kind of creating a timeline. Of course, their video catalog creates a timeline all in of itself. But I mean, just, she'll step over here, she'll go over there. And I mean, she'll be at this trial, that trial over here on this news, Dateline or Netflix, or you never know. She's an opportunistic person. And she's sneaky. That's how my little one used to say it. Sneaky. But so it's just this is kind of what I'm doing. But I noticed that she said 15 years. She said 10 years. Even in her Thrive bio, it didn't have any mention of John. And I'm like, what? It's only like one of 3 different stories, I guess, that I've seen. But here she said 8 years, and this is in 2020. So, I mean, yes, it's been 7 years since then, or almost 7 years. So again, did she start when she was 30? Did she start her career? Is that normal? When do TV reporters graduate? Like how long do you have to go to school, college, and graduate and on time? And you know what I mean? And why I don't know. I've got so many questions. I have a lot of questions, and hopefully by researching all this, we'll get our answers. I've gotten most of my answers from my own research. I'm telling you. So empowering. Thank y'all for being here with me too. I really appreciate you guys. Just y'all are good sports. And I know we're over 3 hours, so let me shush.
About a year ago to
let me
raise
scoot that back.
The child.
The child. Right.
She did not appreciate
Amen.
that information.
Hey, to all the LDS women out there who think they're too old, I got married.
Let me make it louder.
Divorced, remarried, and had a kid, all in my 30s.
Oh,
all in my skip the 20s.
Yeah, forget it.
In my 30s.
Now we know each other because we both served in the same.
So all in our 30s. Okay.
Mission, and I'm not going to go too much into it because, spoiler alert, episode 400 that we'll post later this week is going to be a reposting of the first episode that we ever did. So we don't need to go too much into the history of it. Oh yeah. Oh no, it's bad. I
don't need.
I listened to it, and it is 2 people.
Why is Lauren always worried about what she has said in the past? You know what I mean?
Going, what are we doing? I don't know. What's this? I'm not sure. Who's this? I don't know. But give everybody an update as to what you're doing. You're married again. You don't even live anywhere near me.
Yeah, I'm married again. I live. We're moving to Vegas area. We live in St. George. We have a little 2-year-old who my husband's following around right now while I talk to you.
Mm-hmm.
I was a TV reporter for about 8 years, and I owe that to Richie, to you. I'm talking to you.
Oh, I forget about that, right? You. Yeah, that's great.
I quit about a year ago. I was with ABC4, and I quit about a year ago to raise the child.
Which let's stop. Let's stop on that question. With that thing for just a second. Some people will say, "Oh, you can have it all." Other people will say, "Oh, you need to focus on a thing." What made you decide to do that?
Well, to do what? Which part?
To be the not working but staying with your kid mom.
It was trial and error. I don't know if I have any advice for anyone. For me, it was trial and error. I was going to be the super mom, and I was given a child that has humbled me. He's wonderful, and I just couldn't do it. It was so. To all you super moms out there who think, what? No, but here's the thing. I was in St. George working for ABC4 alone.
Mm-hmm.
So I was here alone, doing everything. So I was my own cameraman desk. I was my own producer. I was my own, cameraman. I was alone. So that was hard. I would wake up at 6 a.m. in a panic, and I couldn't talk to my family for until 6 p.m. at night. I was like, Don't talk to me. And so it just, in the end, for me, this particular job, while I loved it, I realized it was not conducive for being a wife and a mother. I wanted to, raise my child for a bit, but that doesn't mean I won't go.
I mean, being fair, Maybe she's a wife tourist, because I really don't know where she's wifing lately or ever. Again, I've been going through the content and I'm like, how long have they been filming in separate rooms? Are they even in the same damn house? What's going on? You know? And again, I'm flipping back and forth because I think if you put them all together, eventually we'll get more of the story. Let's just kind of check her in 2025, July. Let's see what she's saying then.
And I had my first at 37. And so I'm sitting and taking care of a colic baby all the time, and just, it's hard. And the AP wire comes across.
Oh, there it is.
And I noticed a story that caught my eye. It was the day it came down, of a beautiful missing couple, or half of a beautiful missing couple. Lori Vallow was beautiful.
What?
And Chad Daybell, sorry,
was
Chad,
next to her.
was next to her. And they said that the couple was missing, and she was from Arizona, and she was like every one of my friends' mothers growing up. And this guy, Chad's from East Idaho, and is an author, a Deseret book author, and they're missing, and 2 children are missing, and they need help finding both the children and the couple.
Then how'd you know what they look like? How'd you know that she was beautiful and Chad was just next to her?
And I'm like, and I knew news enough. I'm like, this is not good. What is this? What is this? And I stared at it. And
did you already know?
John and I would talk a lot about crime. And again, like, you know, I can quit the journalism job, but I can't quit journalism. So
that I found it somewhere else too. I just don't remember where she says you can't take the journalist out of me. She also copycat crime. That's what I was looking for earlier.
At that moment, I want
to get to Afroman.
Digging. I joined my first true crime Facebook group. I jumped on YouTube to find everything I could about Chad and Lori, and I downloaded videos like before they disappeared. I was like, there's something about this. I wasn't working. I was just like, this is big, and I got to figure this out.
Downloaded videos.
Did she know to do that? Because I mean, that's why I screen record to this day, because I have trust issues. Okay, because shit was disappearing left and right. And notice how she's the only one. She is the only one with a copy of Chad Daybell speaking in St. George in 2018. And Lori is in the audience. So is Melanie Gibb. But Lauren is the only one with a copy. Oof. I just thought about that.
Of
like Chad Daybell's family videos.
Okay.
Like things that are Chad Daybell speaking, or
so things
Lori
not
Vallow.
related to the missing case, but just stuff that had been posted about.
Yes, it is related to the missing case.
Them that you could find previously.
Mm-hmm.
The FBI was looking into podcasts. Okay. Huh.
About their lives.
Okay.
Yeah. Just, I guess it was like the journalist in me. I knew that those things go away. And so I was just like frantically looking and like saving things.
Wow.
It was just like in me. I was like, just get it before it disappears. Like I know how things disappear about people once they're in the news. And so I was just downloading.
Especially if you're a reporter at the age of 30 and you retire by the time you're 40. I mean, what? Wow. Privilege. Much. Oh, that's a crazy looking picture right there. Oof.
Videos and all of these things and saving them. It was like, I don't know. I just knew. And I started asking John about it. He's like, yeah, that doesn't look good. Like we just knew it didn't look good from the beginning. And I was going on Kay Woodcock's Facebook page and seeing that she was like, help, my grandson.
How did you know my mom? Like, why were you stalking my mom's Facebook page?
And JJ's missing. Kylie, Ryan is missing. And the kids were beautiful. I was like, what is going on? And so, I mean, it's just funny that
But I mean, is this why she celebrates 144,000 subscribers and wanting to throw a pool party when she did reach 144,000 subscribers, just like Lori held a pool party the day my uncle was murdered and she too was gathering 144,000. Is that why? I mean, they're beautiful and their kids and blah, blah, blah. But I mean, so why do you do what you do? Why do you brag about like a identical looking ring on your husband's hand, your alleged husband's hand? Why do you brag about having the officiator, his name being Alex or her name being Alex Cox, and then the witness being Janice? Why do you backdoor people And in Kouri Richins' case, I noticed that you're trying to change. And she's saying that I'm just trying to be honest. I just want to be honest with you guys. That's because she is not honest with us. And because, according to my source, she was backdooring and putting money on Lori's commissary. Okay. Hoping to land, actually using Colby as bait for Lori. Hoping that if Lauren could secure an exclusive interview with with Lori in prison when like 80 other people did, and Lauren's the only one did not interview Lori. I mean, she was pretty easy there for a minute, for sure. And so, but my source says that there was like an elaborate plan to use Colby without his knowledge, by the way, using him as a pawn, just as his mother used him as a pawn to basically say, hey, if you do an interview with me, then any money that's made off of it, then, I'll kick that to Colby. Okay. As incentive, for Lori Vallow Daybell to do an interview with this one right here. Anyways, that's sick. Right. And so we heard it from Annie Elise how, and I mean, I was thinking, oh my God, everything that Lauren and her friend Sarah Nelson, allegedly, according to my source, were doing, pen paling with Lori, putting money on her books, but then pretending like, I mean, they're Mormon. Okay. Lori's Mormon and they're all Mormon. But my understanding from Annie Elise was that they were using like a contractor or somebody who wasn't LDS, which it turns out, I don't think Grayson is LDS. I listened to something the other day and it just kind of clarified that for me, that she grew up in like a Christian type religion or something. I don't know. Anyways, I wouldn't be surprised if it wasn't Grayson. I really wouldn't be surprised if it was Lauren, and not actually using a third party to communicate with Lori. Why? She seems to be a control freak, in my opinion. Right here, Lauren seems to be a control freak, in my opinion, and I could just see her getting her rocks off on communicating with Lori Vallow Daybell. I remember hearing the whisperings, like, oh yeah, we heard Lori is still believing all the stuff, and you heard it here first, basically. But so she was not an honest person with us. So, I mean, I hope she's better. I don't think so, but full disclosure, right? Not here. It missed here. Lauren does not know or understand full disclosure. It's just full disclosure to Lauren's comfort level. I don't know. She's the controller. She's the gatekeeper.
I'm saying 6 years later, here I am. Just finished. I didn't know that it would go. I did not know that this moment, no one could have told me that this moment would go on for 6 years. I just concluded Lori's third trial in Arizona and the fourth trial of this case just weeks ago.
This is when she's alleging she was bullied and being stalked.
6 years later. But that was, I've never.
Do y'all remember that video that I remember Megan did after all this, the 9-hour live, basically? And she said, I told you guys that after Lori's trials were finished and done, that we would all be looking for a void to fill in our hearts and yada, yada, yada. And I'm thinking, oh my God, it's projection, man. Because it seems this one for sure is always looking to fill the voids, and there's just a lot of voids and not enough supply. I don't know. I have no idea, but it just seems like, wow, that's kind of how I look at it. Cause I'm not filling no damn void. I am living my life as it is dished to me, and this Lauren right here in front of me is, to me, she's like, I can't say worse than Lori and Chad, but it almost feels that way because she knowingly preyed on my family, on our vulnerability, exploited, took advantage of, triangulated, kept me away from my mom for years, basically. Even if it wasn't like on her mind, like Operation Keep Krisha Away from Her Mom. You know, like it still happened. It happened because of the bullshit this one right here on the screen was spinning, in my opinion and experience. Okay. You don't like, she had people even keeping tabs on me and keeping track of me and saying that, you know, my mom wanted me to kind of stay on the rails and just lay low, basically. Why, Lauren? Am I a threat? I don't have those emoji eyes. I can get them though. Just saying. Like, fuck you. You know what I mean? Like, fuck you to the nth degree. Okay? That's where I'm at right now. You're not like, you don't do that to people. You don't do that to people. Stop doing that to people.
Never been the same since. It was right after that. I remember it was Christmas 2019. So I just learned, it was just like a week after, I was already in the rabbit hole, which I didn't know was about until that it was about to become a crater. And my dad comes for Christmas.
Oh.
And I discover.
Did he bring you presents or did they fall out the car again?
A video of Julie Rowe on YouTube. I had never heard of Julie Rowe. I didn't know who Julie Rowe was. I didn't know about the prepper community in Idaho. I didn't know. I didn't know about prepper conferences. I didn't know that there were books that people were reading that weren't.
Tom didn't sign one for you?
Sold at Deseret Book. I didn't know about all this energy healing that was, you know, taking on.
Your stepmom is a fucking energy healer.
On these Mormon roots. I didn't know.
And near-death experiences.
And near-death experience books. I didn't know any of this. I didn't know about a vow. But Julie Rowe, like a week after I learned about the kids, speaking on YouTube saying, I talked to angels and Tammy Daybell has visited me and I knew she was going to die because there was 2 dead spouses as well. I couldn't believe it. I played it for my dad. I was like, listen to this. And he's like, what in the world is this? And then some people are like, you don't know about Julie Rowe? I was like, no, I don't know about Julie Rowe. No, I didn't know about any of this. Like, I feel embarrassed to say that you knew about it.
I mean, I did because of my own personal family experience, but yeah, like Julie Rowe had caused a lot of turmoil in my family at that point. You know, we had some real issues in like the 2014-15 era with her prophecies that didn't come true. And yeah, so I was aware of her. Yep.
I was going to joke, if you hadn't been so busy working in Boise, you would have been watching Mormon Stories, where we covered Julie Rowe in 2015 and Deborah Snupper in 2013.
I know, right? In all of my reporting, I never learned about Julie Rowe. I never knew any of this. And I had no idea what I was getting myself into. I don't even know how to like process it with us all right now. Like, I don't even, oh my gosh, like, yeah, I had no idea. And John and I had actually already thought about starting a true crime podcast at that point because we were still talking about crime every day.
Were you in the podcasts?
Really? We were.
I mean, just really. I mean, do jail shut down during COVID? I mean, you know, they were letting people out of jails, but I don't think that stopped people from going. Like, mask up, right? Or did John just not want to work? Is John a shut-in? Is this just kind of like, hey, yeah, why not? I don't really want to go out in the world. I don't know. I'm having to guess. And I hate that. I do. I hate that. But because she's not so honest, in my opinion and experience, it just makes me wonder. All right, we're going to stop after this because I'm going to have to put some reins on it. But this is about a mutilated rabbit. And I just want you to kind of listen to her reporting. And this is for, oh, shit. Okay, right here. There. 6 on your side. Okay. Interesting.
Battling one another, Hillary Clinton drawing the most fire over what she said about Donald Trump helping ISIS recruit terrorists. Tonight, Trump firing back. ABC's Devin Dwyer is in Washington with more.
So I think our odds of a white Christmas look pretty good, Lauren.
I am happy about that because, as you know, it's the only time I like snow.
You know who else is happy about that?
Who else?
Santa Claus.
Well, he's got Rudolph, so he could be. Coming up on 6 on Your Side, the campaign trail heats up as Trump fires back following the Democratic debate. From Hillary Clinton dropping a Star Wars reference at the Democratic debates to stormtroopers and R2-D2 at the White House, you can say the new Star Wars movie has the Force on its side with the biggest box office opening in.
Oh, backing out. I'm looking for the mutilated rabbit. If not, I have a storyline. That's not it. God dang it. Huh. Weird. I know it was in Idaho. Right? Okay. I don't know where I put it. I know it's in my history, but Lord. Let me look. This is a good video. Go. It's Docket Decoder. I really appreciate him for doing that. Oh my God. I was very, very pleased and just appreciative that, he did like a recap and overview for people who don't have 80 hours or, a week to catch up on lore and crap. Just kind of for everybody that has been following it, it's good. It's just a good recap, basically, overall. And for new people, we can point them in his direction. It's somewhere around here. I'm about to just hit Afroman and just cruise on out of here. Well, it's the one thing I don't seem to have on hand. I've been watching this lady. She's good, I think. Okay. It's got to be around this area. God dang it. I would lose my mind if it weren't attached. Oh, ding.
Second animal mutilation in just weeks in a rural Idaho town.
Just days after a family pet, a horse, was found stolen and dragged behind a vehicle. Now a second animal discovered mutilated in Minidoka County. Reporter Lauren Johnson has tonight's big story.
Roland and Michelle, a warning for sensitive viewers. Some of this information can be disturbing. I spoke with Heyburn Police Chief Dan Bristol. He confirms a mutilated rabbit carcass was discovered by students at Mount Harrison High School. The rabbit was found hanging on a campus fence, its ankles zip tied together, its organs hanging out, strung on the fence. The rabbit had been cut open along its stomach. This is the second time in a month that a mutilated animal has been found in Minidoka County. Minidoka Sheriff's Department is continuing their investigation into a Shetland pony named Patches, who they say was stolen, dragged behind a vehicle, and severely injured just outside of Rupert. A local veterinarian had to put Patches down because of his injuries. Chief Bristol says the rabbit looks to also be someone's pet, that it did not look to be wild, although they do not know who it belongs to. Chief Bristol says the crimes could be related. They may not be, or it could be a copycat crime. Right now, it's too early in the investigation to tell. All of this while the reward money to find those who tortured Patches, the pony, has grown to nearly $45,000. Those with information on the rabbit can call the Heyburn Police Department. We have that number on our website. Live in studio, Lauren Johnson.
I just found that interesting because, of course, I was looking for the other thing to play because they also pick up on Patches in this podcast with the Chosen Ones. And with the Chosen Ones podcast, you're gonna notice that, well, I'm not used to working around here in Apple, but you're gonna see some of the same names. Okay, birds of a feather flock together is my like I believe that. I see that with these people, they for sure hang together. So let me just get back down here to the bottom. So this podcast also began 6/21/2020, around the same time that Lauren did. Okay. After the children's bodies were found. Now, Gigi started her podcast too, but I don't think anything sus about Gigi. And I mean, I guess that's the time you get it in. You kind of realize, at least this is what I learned from Gigi, that, the kids weren't missing anymore. and, they were riveted by it and it grabbed them. So, and I'm glad that she got her start here, but she's not opportunistic. She's not an exploiter, in my opinion. She's been very, very, very loving, caring, supportive of my family throughout this entire process. Never asking or never saying, "Hey, look at me, look at me. You heard it here first." No. And she's caught the raw end of the deal by Lauren herself. And I mean, I think she's done it with great poise. And I mean, I look up to her, respect Gigi, and I appreciate her being in the space for sure. And thank you again, Docket Decoder. Like, I didn't get to tell you, like, I listened to it 3 times earlier because, well, I mean, I listened to it. I was mowing grass. I mow grass every day. And so then I wanted to watch it, and I just really appreciate you for doing that. And just for doing this, because I wish more creators would do this. And it says a lot about their character to me. Not saying that everybody should just drop it, but this is important. And just because Lauren and John have 300 and whatever thousand I don't care how many subscribers they have, it doesn't make them good people. Like, I don't care. You can have a 10 zillion, doesn't make me like you, like it doesn't make me like you anymore. If you're shitty, I don't like you because you're shitty. And that's why. And I mean, it does suck to see people like Lauren and John, in my opinion, to see them. I mean, they were stunted there for a minute, a hot minute. We have not stopped. I know that we've all been working hard on all this, and it's not easy. It's time consuming. It takes a lot. It's a lot, especially with as much chaos and bizarre, even petty. Some of them are even petty, just little lies. Like you said, she's not polished and she has a hard time keeping it on. Right. And, anyways, but that, I believe, like, just holding back the fact that her brother was best friends with Thom Harrison's son. And Thom Harrison is the originator of the book of Visions of Glory, the portals, all the things. The lady Anna that Lauren shared earlier, that she had interviewed a long time ago, had said that she had never heard of portals until Visions of Glory. That, I'm like, oh, hello, I mean, this happened. Thom Harrison is the source. I know it goes to the doctrine and teachings and stuff like that, but Chad and Lori practiced it. But I also believe they're in they're in the club. They're not like rich or anything. They're not. They're actually indigent, and they're lifers now. Well, Chad's a deather allegedly, but. You know what I mean? Like, it's not that kind. It's just Barry Cox. Well, I mean, I'd have to sit here and believe what Megan said about Barry saying that, he was him and his family were in the top 5%. And, like us, we're the lower 95. Like, we are the peons. Okay. We don't have the special blood. We don't have the special bloodline, according to Barry Cox. Anyways. I pay my taxes, and you do too. So anyways, I know I'm just kind of rambling, but look, we have web sleuths in the Vallow Daybell case with Trisha Griffith, 10/22/2020. Did you know that Trisha Web Sleuth started her online or YouTube presence in February of 2020? So, I mean, she was a little ahead of all this, a little. I mean, Chad and Lori were still missing. I didn't know she had just started her YouTube channel. I did not know that. I thought she had been here for like ages. I know she's had the website. She's now just the manager of it. I mean, now she's like getting super chats and stuff. And she's like, it goes straight to, author them. And I'm like, oh my God, it just doesn't. And I've got a bone to pick with Trisha too, because I know that she was still planning on essentially just exploiting JJ for sure, but the rest of my family members, right? The deceased who are no longer here, cannot speak for themselves. And I mean, Trisha, no, like, she took up for Lauren. She sent me shit, telling me to take things down and that I was spreading misinformation and yada, yada, yada. She picked her side. You know, I didn't make her pick a side. I don't have a side. I just have like dangerous people, you know, like get the fuck away from me, get away from my family. Once I realized what was going on, and Trisha made that very clear, and she does in her actions. And so she is tripping balls. I'm sorry. If she believes that she can sit here and still try and raise money or whatever she says, I don't know. I don't know if she actually sends the money to the school. I don't know. I'm not in her finances. I don't know how that goes. But when she does these end of the world parties every year, 7/22, Chad and Lori thought the world was going to end. Isn't that kind of the same thing as what Lauren's doing with 144,000? Celebrating all the downfalls, all the things that Lori and Chad were trying to achieve in their missions that included murderers of my family, especially the kids. You know, like, isn't that the same? Like, it's taken me a little bit to kind of understand. I make fun of these people and their beliefs because it's fucking crazy. It's crazy. And I mean, I like to like, I feel like I'm sticking it back to them, you know, like I love to use their own words and just like kind of shine a mirror back up to them and be like, mm-hmm. But I mean, just, hey, they do it and they make an excuse like, oh, if we don't laugh, we're going to cry, you know, that kind of thing. And I'm like, yeah, you know, yeah, if we don't laugh, we're going to cry. But they kind of put themselves as the victims, or like in that, like, I don't know how to explain it. It's fucking weird. But I just don't want Trisha to continue using my family come July of this year, doing any kind of end of the world party, using my family's names, the victims' names. I just don't. So I've got to get with Mom and Larry and other members of the family, and I have, you know, just kind of something to present to them. Say, hey, yeah, are you on with this? Are you good? No, what do you want to say? What do you want to add? Things like that. I have to consult with them, I guess you could say. But so that's coming down the pike. Anyways, birds of a feather flock together is the moral of the story here. We have Web Sleuths. This is October 22nd. We have April Raymond, and they have Julie Rose Healing Class. April appeared on a lot of these. April Raymond. You have, I saw Jim Rath, whatever his name is. Jim, where's it at? True Crime Underground with Carl Danger. Celine Beth Cauldron went with Carl Danger to a Julie Rowe conference, you know, when she's twirling the ribbons and stuff. Like, you have guest host with Polly Katowski, Jensen and Paul Holes. He's all into Crime Con and some other, you know, I don't know what cases he's involved in, but I don't know what TCO is, but anyways, I mean, I'm just saying, like, just some of the same names. Jim Rathman, that's the name. Okay. Dave Cawley, he works, I want to say, for, KSL. Sarah Turney, I know she's a victim in Arizona, I believe. Rick Allen Ross, I mean, he talked to my parents on a broadcast or something. I want to say it was with, no, I'm thinking Ed Smart too, but they did talk to Rick Allen Ross. And this is the one with Lauren and John. They talk about Patches, the pony, the Shetland pony that Lauren was just reporting on. We'll catch that again. We'll catch that next time. I'll tie that together. But here we have HLN host and commentator. This lady reached out to me, but because Jason, my fiance, had to have that emergency cert, you know, like he was in ICU, had that thoracotomy. This is like in February of 2020. And it ended up that Adam and Zach Cox, they were on it instead. You know, if y'all know what I'm talking about, the podcast that had came out. Okay, so I take a look at all these things now. But yeah, we'll come back to that. I want to get to at least leave on Afroman, right? We'll have some good laughs. And hopefully, let's see here. I feel like I'm out of breath. My head's just kind of swirling. Hold on. Okay, I can close that out. I'm closing some windows. Everybody doing okay? It doesn't help that I have a bazillion windows open. Okay, it's not that one. Oh yeah, it's this one. Let me scooch. But I definitely want to go over this, the Chosen Ones podcast, because did y'all know that John did, okay, first off, they joke about portals, then roll into Julie Rowe conference and how there's more people with the same belief system as Chad and Lori. Duh. The purpose of a terrorist organization is to spread fear, but there's a little difference between that and cults. And I have put a question mark. John drops a teaser about their last episode of their 11 episode series where he talks about Macbeth, and there's a very good summation to what's going on with Chad. And he talks about witches and blah, 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 blah. Anyways, I don't know. I hated Macbeth. I hated Shakespeare in high school. I was sleeping, and I was really good in English. Imagine that. They're just kind of going back and forth, but where's it at? He says, like, nerd alert, next podcast is going to be about Macbeth, basically. And then they talk about referencing portals, Julie in portals. You know who they don't reference regarding portals? Thom Ever-Loving Harrison. Okay. They never mention Thom and effing portals. Okay. Lauren says they seem to have no original ideas, that Chad and Julie seem to have gotten all these ideas from movies like Marvel. Chad used the word Marvel movies or whatever, and the portal was used. Oh my God. This is just like, let me just skip that because I'm just writing what she's saying. They're equating racial slurs to light and dark. I mean, that's kind of interesting because I believe that's what the whole raccoon text was about with Tylee. He talks about the DSM-5. He says, there's a Goldwater law or rule or whatever. And he says, I can't diagnose. And then he goes on to diagnose. Okay. But that's every episode. Pulling the wings off bees. And I'm like, did they ever stop long enough or research long enough to look up the bee symbolism, especially in the LDS construct? Because these people are all about symbolism. They're dripping in it. Okay. They can't go nowhere without symbolism and symbols and green. They love the color green. It was Tuesdays. Raphael was the angel. There's significance to these things. The Malachite rings, just all the freaking things. So I'm looking at Chad like, how do you even pull the wings off of a bee? You can stomp them, yeah, but how do you pull the wings off of a bee? I mean, how much time did you spend there? You know what I mean? So I'm thinking, I think Chad just might have put this into his story to talk about a bee, you know, and that way he can communicate with his other peeps. I don't really know. Bee represent, anyways, it's even on the Utah logo or state. I don't know. It's the state stuff, the beehive and all that. They're used as Utah symbols that go more towards him belonging to a secretive organization that is rumored to be satanic-like organization that believes in killing kids. Getting high off the endorphins, okay? When a child is at the brink of losing their life and is touched, and this is touched on by Bishop Glenn L. Pace, the Pace memo, as being an issue all along the Wasatch Front. Pace mentioned that he estimated about 800 or so practicing, he said, Satanists or people with these beliefs at the time that he did the Pace memo. He wrote the report and conducted all those interviews. The question is, was Chad's family of origin part of these alleged practicing families along the Wasatch Front living in Springville, Utah, along with Ruby and Tim Ballard lives in Springville, Ruby, you know what I mean? Like, come on now, all the quinky dinks, and I don't want to be a coincidence theorist. Okay. All right. When life gives you lemons, you give them lemon pound cake. Okay. That's what you do. So what I did was just pull some. I love this. I just do. I don't want to get copyright struck because I heard Jolene talk about it too. Let's go over here. Get ready for. We're gonna leave.
To Cincinnati, Ohio tonight, where a jury ruled in favor of rapper Joseph Foreman, aka Afroman, in a defamation suit surrounding his viral Lemon Pound Cake music video. So here's what happened here. Deputies out of Adams County, Ohio, filed that lawsuit after Afroman wrote the song and used surveillance footage from a 2022 raid right here on his home in that music video. Foreman said he created the song and video to recover losses after deputies broke his front gate and caused other damages while searching his property. Now, he wasn't charged at the time with any crimes after that raid was conducted.
They broke into my house, put themselves on my video cameras and into my music career. With my freedom of speech, I had the right to talk about the events going on in my life, with my family, with my friends, and with my fans. And God bless America. I'm really emotional.
Now, those Ohio deputies claim they suffered mental distress as well as danger, including death threats, because of that viral music video, asking the jury for upwards of $1.5 million.
Can you imagine?
Outside this Adams County courthouse, the sound of victory. After jury sided with the musician Afroman, whose real name is Joseph Foreman, after a days-long civil defamation trial. Afroman speaking to WCPO right after the verdict.
I didn't win. America won. America still has freedom of speech. It's still for the
You hear that,
people,
Lauren?
by the people.
The jury finds in favor of the defendant.
7 Adams County Sheriff's deputies sued the musician. They argued Afroman used security video from a 2022 raid of his home and put it in music videos using deputies' likeness without permission.
There's damage to reputation. There's pain and suffering. There's public humiliation. There's everything you saw and heard from these detectives from the witness stand.
This raid taking place nearly 4 years ago following search warrants related to possession and trafficking in drugs and kidnapping. The rapper was never charged. Along with using the surveillance video in multiple music videos, including in the song Lemon Pound Cake, the deputies also say Afroman called them thieves and pedophiles, among other things, on social media.
I didn't go down here and sue the police department.
Exactly.
I fixed up the damages they made, and I sung songs about them to raise money to do it. They were unapologetic.
The deputies wanted Afroman to pay $3.9 million in damages.
And this dude throws some, I'm just saying, I think they're Mason signs, but hey, what do I know? I just also wanted to say, shit, I forgot. You ever forget? Oh my gosh, what are they doing? Is there a hurricane coming? Or what's going on? Wow, the water. Y'all thirsty? Damn. What was it? Oh, it's similar to the art that Christina made. And Lauren and their art. Remember the art discussion?
We got about a total of 250 pieces given out. This is the last one, and I'd like to give it to you.
Supporters of Afroman coming from near and far with a message both verbally and symbolically.
For me, this isn't really about Afroman. It's about free speech. So when someone like Afroman stands up for my free speech by using his talents, his musical talents, to fight the corrupt system, we got to come out and support him.
I'm glad things went my way. But if they would have took it off from me, I was happy about all the love I was getting from everybody.
I love it.
After them people kicked my door in. When life give you lemons, you make lemon pound cake.
Oh my God. It's such
So what they did, searching your house, gave you the right to do everything you
Under the circumstance that I got freedom of speech, after they run around my house with guns and kick down my door, I got the right to kick a can in my backyard, use my freedom of speech, turn my bad times into a good time. Yes, I do.
Afroman didn't hold back, defending his patriotic right in red, white, and blue.
And I think I'm a sport for doing so.
The rapper, whose real name is Joseph Foreman, was the last to take the stand Tuesday. He followed 2 days of testimony from more than half a dozen Adams County deputies. They're suing him for defamation. Prosecutors say Afroman used security video from a 2022 raid on his home and put it in a music video using deputies' likeness without permission. The deputies also say Afroman called them thieves and pedophiles, among other things, on social media.
How did you feel when you learned that these posts were out there?
Humiliated.
What? What reaction did you get from the community, if any?
Not enough. Hollering names of the lieutenant looking low and been called a dog, things like that.
Has anyone ever asked you or your family since these posts came out if you've had a sex change operation?
There was a phone call.
We listened as deputy after deputy told the court Afroman's videos harmed their reputations and subjected them to death threats.
But now my family has to be harmed because of straight up 100% lies.
And when they call you a son of a bitch, that would be an opinion?
I'd say that would be an opinion.
Because there's no way we can prove whether you're a son of a bitch.
Been dead for years.
If they hadn't have wrongly
my
raided
God.
my house, there would be no lawsuit. I would not know their names. They wouldn't be on my body. They wouldn't be on my home surveillance system. And there would be no songs, nothing. My money would still be intact, nothing. So all of this is their fault.
I love it. It's underdog.
Rejoiceful. I feel great. I feel real good. I feel good. I'm happy that freedom of speech and common sense is still around. My ex-wife put me on a FaceTime with Randy Walters, the guy they was asking about his wife.
Really? Oh.
And I asked Randy Walters if I was under arrest. He said no. I asked him if there were any charges. He said no. And then I asked him if he would help me put my door back on the hinges. And he smiled and he waddled his head and he said, "We're not required to do that." I didn't want to get in a verbal exchange with him. So real quickly, I said, "Thank you." And it was at that moment when he was unapologetic and he was kind of celebrating the fact that he vandalized my property. That's when I went into thought. I didn't know what I wanted to do, but I knew I wanted to do something.
We did wonderful.
Randy Walters, the guy, that you had, I think they was asking about his wife. He came up to me after the trial. And he apologized and he told me he was a Christian and everything. And I told him, I told him he wasn't a Christian when he kicked down the door. He wasn't a Christian when I asked him to help me put it back up on the hinges. And I told him he wasn't a Christian when he was flipping off my surveillance cameras. And I told him that I forgave him. I told him I didn't want him to burn in hell. I didn't want nobody to beat him up. I told him I didn't want nobody to shoot him. I told him I didn't have nothing against him. But I told him I was still going to sing the songs I wrote about him. And I kind of thought about like when a guy kills somebody, he can go apologize to the family. He can really mean it, but he still has to go do his time. If you understand what I'm saying. So in my mind, like I had to spend my money to repair my house. So after he tried to get me for $4 million, flip me off, unapologetic about my door, I'm still willing to work with him, but I'm singing these songs, I'm promoting them. I'm, he has to pay for, being unapologetic and being impolite when he was wrong.
Suing you.
But that's it. I just want to sing my song. I don't, that's hey, I just want to sing. I'm a rapper. I want to rap. And yes. They're real good. They're happy. They're proud of me. I hate they had to see it, but sometimes a man got to be a man. I mean, you got people running around your house with AR-15s. You got to make a stand and do something about it. I can't run around their house with AR-15s. They can't run around my house with AR-15s, so I had to do whatever I could to stop that.
This isn't the same news report. Is it?
I'm from the,
Maybe.
I'm from the ghetto. I'm from the hood.
Yep.
And one thing we learned in the hood and the ghetto is, as little kids, you don't let the other little kids know something hurts your feelings because they really do it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like these guys, they come off like brats that always got their way. And when it couldn't go their way, they threw a major tantrum. Now, a kid throws a tantrum in Walmart, but this was like an adult tantrum. Everything had to go their way. They had to be right, even when they was wrong. They couldn't eat some humble pie and be like, you know what? I was wrong. I'm sorry. Let
me switch to here. I'm sorry.
The rapper known as Afroman is celebrating after a jury sided with him in a lawsuit brought by sheriff's deputies in Ohio, who claimed he was wrong to mock them in music videos.
It was awesome.
America! Yeah, we did it! Freedom of speech! Right on!
The dispute dates back to 2022 when deputies raided his house as part of a drug case. No charges were filed, but Afroman, whose real name is Joseph Foreman, protested, saying the deputies damaged his home.
Mama's living pound cake.
He then made a music video using home surveillance footage of the raid. The deputies sued, accusing Foreman of using their likeness without permission.
It made the sheriff wanna put down his gun and cut him a slice. Of what?
The deputies say Foreman's insults in the video caused them mental distress and led to harassment and death threats. They demanded millions of dollars in damages.
He said it like they were facts. The tears, the agony from some of these witnesses, don't forget that.
But Foreman's lawyers argued the deputies are public figures subject to public scrutiny, calling this a case of free speech and saying this about his client.
Look at that suit.
Love a suit.
Does this look
Yes,
like
it
a
is.
man
I love it.
who thinks that everybody's going to assume that everything he's saying is fact? This is a reasonable person in the eyes of the community is going to say it's a song.
Discrediting.
It's a joke.
After hours of deliberations, the jury finding in favor of Foreman.
This suit stands for the freedom of speech and the American dream.
He thanked all the people who stood out in the cold, holding signs to show their support during the trial. Sophie Flay, ABC News, New York.
Love it. Okay. Oh shit. All right. There's really not much to, I don't know. There's not much on them, on Kouri or Lauren, or not that I've seen, but I've only looked earlier today. I'll play these two little clips that I found on Instagram and we'll see what it has. I haven't seen it.
Joining us now is author of Are You With Me? Kouri Richins, to share her 3 C's to helping kids cope with grief. And Kouri, I want to start with your story. What happened in your personal life?
So my husband passed away unexpectedly last year. So it's March 4th was a 1-year anniversary for us.
2023, Kouri Richins had just self-published a book.
She comes across as this sort of sweet, endearing, grieving widow and mother.
We got an email. It was Kouri saying she would love the chance to share that on Good Things Utah. My heart went out to her, and I felt something there with that single motherhood and being a boy mom.
I kind of wrote this book on the different emotions and grieving processes that we've experienced last year, and, you know, hoping that it can kind of help other kids.
She dedicates this book to Eric Richins, who she calls an amazing husband, a wonderful father.
Dad is still here. It's just in a different way.
You're watching this. You're just thinking, what a powerful story. You just want to love her.
And then out of nowhere, seemingly weeks later, she's arrested.
I definitely zoned in, what in the world? How can you show up on a local television show promoting yourself as a grieving widow and then be arrested for murdering that same husband and their father? But that's what blew this story up.
Kouri Richins appeared to be a grieving widow, but authorities say she was hiding a dark secret.
The wife who wrote a book with her children about grief after her husband died
now charged with murdering her husband.
The murder charge was just the beginning. It's like a snowball going down the mountain, and you're like, oh my gosh, when's it going to stop?
She also was having an affair. She wanted to be with this other man that she was dating.
During that time that you were romantically involved with Miss Richins, did you love her?
Yes.
Did Kouri Richins ever ask you to purchase for her illicit drugs?
Yes. What is happening in Utah? What in the Utah is going on?
Exactly.
Who is Kouri Richins? Is she the grieving widow and mother who wrote a children's book? Or is she a killer who conned everyone around her while plotting her husband's death?
Everything. Hold on. Thank you so much, Fancy Nancy. Oh my God. On replay. Okay. I don't know Instagram. Yeah, I'm a boomer around here. But thank you so much. Let me get back over there so I can have my thoughts. Thank you so much, Fancy Nancy, from you and Mr. Danny. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so very much. Thank you also, Dr. Vonda K. I love seeing your beautiful face. You cheer me up. I look for you everywhere. I do. I'm so behind your research and work and you. Oh, thank you. That means the world. It is so, it makes it's the difference. Okay. It really is. Thank you. And thank you for becoming a new member, the Tampa A, I guess. Thank you so very much. Welcome to Difficult Research. And thank you, Shelly Schoenfield. I don't know how to say it. I'm sorry. 3306 gifted 5 Difficult Research memberships. I'm sure that was 1048. I'm so sorry. Thank you. And Googie, thank you again. You gifted 5 Difficult Research memberships too, and I really appreciate that. And thank Shelly and Googie for the gifted memberships. If you got one, make sure you have your option turned on. I'm not good at this. I'm not like Lauren, where she's like /Hidden True Crime Patreon, whatever the hell she says. See, I can't do it. I cannot. It's not my gig. That's why, it's okay. I'd rather be a mediocre person than a fake one like her. And that's my free speech. That's my, oh, wow, Donna. I'm just now seeing that. Crazy. Wonder why. That's interesting. All right, here we go. True crime, all new. This is the 2020. I'm not paying for another subscription to Hulu. Okay. I'm about subscriptioned out with these people and all their specials. Okay. I did my time with Lori.
Book about grief.
Joining us now is author Kouri Richins.
And then she was arrested for murder. And now, with the verdict in, guilty. Stunning exclusive interviews you'll only see on 2020.
She was my best friend. Eric was a good person and he didn't deserve to die.
Why would she do this? Who is Kouri Richins?
The 2020 True Crime event, tonight on ABC and stream on Disney Plus and Hulu. After her...
I mean, oh my gosh. It reminds me of Angel Studios because they're tied to Hulu and Disney Plus and blah, blah, blah. So I'm telling you, I'm digging into this, but it's massive. Media is massive. Let's watch this one. I didn't know you could do this.
Hi, Emily Palmer here, and I hope you've been following along with me in the trial and verdict of Kouri Richins. If you haven't already checked 2020 on this, it's now streaming on Disney Plus and Hulu, and this is a case you don't want to miss. We have the absolute latest reporting on the case of a Utah mom who wrote a children's book on grief after the sudden death of her husband. And then she was charged in his murder. After less than 3 hours of deliberations, the jury found Kouri guilty of all charges, including aggravated murder. In my experience covering high-profile cases, this is one of the fastest deliberations I've seen. So what convinced them? I've been covering this case for 4 years. Join me and stream the full episode of 2020, now on Hulu and Disney Plus.
Okay. Are these just a bunch of plugs for the 2020 Disney Plus, Hulu subscription? Get your subscription. I'll just wait for it to come out onto YouTube. Just,
I kind of wrote this book on the different emotions and grieving processes that we've experienced last year.
And to make sense and process, I'm sure.
Right now, we have the arrest of a Utah mom who wrote a children's book about grief after her husband's death. She has now been charged with killing him.
I'm thinking she's just powering through. She's trying her best, maybe not to cry, maybe not to get too emotional.
Lauren's coworker.
Toxicology report found 5 times a lethal dosage of fentanyl in his system.
This last page, particularly poignant. I will forever love you, my sweet baby, until we see each other again. Yes, I am with you.
Written as though it's in the father's words for their boys.
Yeah, the whole pretending like dad's always there. I have chills right now because it's like, no. I mean, that it's like minimizing his death. Yeah. I don't care for that. That's weird and inverted.
Really appreciate being here. So
thank you, Kouri.
guys. Thank you.
They were like, come over, comb over, Kouri.
The imminent charge of murder, allegedly at this point, but still, naturally, you're thinking, can I believe what she said?
On May 8th, 2023, Kouri is arrested and charged with the aggravated murder of her husband.
Finding that out was such a shock. I mean, talking about this now, it still blows my mind.
This could all very well be the perfect crime. A storybook ending where she thought she couldn't get caught.
It's a story that resonates because it's sort of this idea that she is two very different people, a Jekyll and Hyde situation. She was so empathetic at first glance, and then the story becomes much more sinister.
I wonder if anybody's going to be putting money on her commissary. Somebody who's saying, I'm just being honest with you. Okay. Just saying, oh my gosh, Hawkeyes, thank you. Play the song. I wrote you. If you feel like it, support Crusha 100%. Thank you so much, Hawkeyes. Let me, I screen recorded it and I have to, there it is. All right. Let me pull it up. And we'll leave on the song. Okay. I had to make sure it was going to queue up. Okay. So Hawkeyes wrote this and sent it to me. And we're going to play it on the way out today or tonight. I'm sorry. I know it's been a long one. Thank y'all. Y'all are some troopers. And I'm hungry and tired and thirsty. Oh my God, you'd have to be on fentanyl to find her not guilty, right? Hopefully not overdosing though, right? Right. Anyways, thank you guys so much for hanging out with me tonight. I look forward to seeing you guys every time. And thank you, mods. I appreciate you guys too. Y'all are troopers as well. Y'all the God Mod Squad. Anyways. All right, I'll schedule another one because we really do have a lot of things to go over. And I just kind of realized it tonight when I was saying it out loud. And that's usually how it works. So, all right, justice for Tylee, Charles, Tammy, JJ, Joe, and Eric, and Afroman, right? Love always wins. You guys are proof. Now let me take my song off of here. Hold on just one second. I gotta make let's see. Take this one off. Remove. I think I have it. I've redirected to where it'll go to Jolene, but I don't know when. I couldn't tell like when she was going to be live. So sorry. I'm learning still. Okay, let me get over there and play it. And love you guys. See you next time. Thank you, Hawkeye. So sweet.
Krisha, you've carried heavy chapters, years that try to break your name, but you stood tall in truth and courage
when silence would have been easier than pain. A community stands beside you because your heart is never bent. You speak with honesty and conviction, searching truth with pure intent. You stand strong when others falter. You speak light into the dark. Truth and honesty are written in every beat of your heart. Love always wins. Remember this, no matter how fierce the fight, when truth is carried with courage, it will always outshine the night. You stood firm against deception, against the lies dressed up as faith. You chose what's right over what's easy. You chose truth at any cost it takes. Your Uncle Charles would be so proud now, watching from the heavens above, still protecting JJ and Tylee, wrapped forever in his love. You stand strong when others falter. You never turned away. You held the line for those who couldn't, and spoke when others prayed. Love always wins. Remember this, even when the road feels long. Truth spoken with a fearless heart is where justice truly belongs. Tammy feels the love you gave her, even though you never met. Truth and kindness cross the veil. A bond heaven won't forget. Joe Ryan sees you, thanks you still for never leaving him behind. Every name you spoke with honor was an act of love, not time. You helped bring light where shadows lived. You helped protect this broken world, standing firm until the truth stood clear and justice finally unfurled. You stood strong for those who mattered. You chose truth when lies deceived. You helped keep darkness from returning, so others safely could believe. Love always wins. Hold on to that. Let it guide you through and through. Your strength, your truth, your fearless heart are changing lives because they're you. Heaven sees, truth remains. Love always